I'm Rajiv, and this is my handmade home in New York City. When people ask me what I do for a living, I say I'm a movie star. I am a washed-up movie star. I kind of live an unusual life where leisure and my profession, that the lines are very skewed. Something that was a hobby for 10 years for me sometimes becomes a profession. That's why I spend a lot of time on doing the things that I love doing. I started a business about 10 years ago doing calligraphy called Letters and Ink. I was originally doing things like wedding invitations, and then one day a friend suggested that I approach some local cafes and restaurants about redoing their chalkboards. Going into restaurants and saying like, hey, can I redo that chalkboard? They'd be like, why? Because it's ugly and I can make it beautiful and maybe it'll help your business. How much? Nothing. Okay, knock yourself out. So I'd do it, and then I'd leave my business card, and then it would rain. And when it would rain, I would get a phone call. Hey, can you come back and do that chalkboard? And that's when I would charge them. I got some press, and then word spread, and I carved out a little niche for myself. When I think about the projects that really stand out over the last 10 years, the main one is this room that I completely covered in chalk for the Kips Bay Show House. I worked on that project for about a week, night and day, and then it was open to the public. And the question that everybody asked was, can I touch it? And we said, absolutely, touch it and see what happens. There was this tension between the people in the room and the walls. A lot of people didn't believe that it was real chalk. They thought maybe it was chalk and that we had sprayed it with some kind of spray. And I never do that. If you spray chalk work, you lose a lot of the powdery edges. And we wanted it to be impermanent. We wanted people to understand that you put it up, and if you brush up against it, it is gone. So in my space, I thought, why don't I paint the walls and the ceiling of one space with chalkboard paint and then kind of go crazy. I did that with the intention of changing it regularly, and it has been up for 8 years. It has gotten weathered over the years from people passing through. I didn't anticipate what it would look like, but I actually really like the remnants of architecture that has been worn down with time. Lots of bags and coats. The kitchen was the only room up until recently that I didn't love in this apartment. I decided it was time to make this kitchen a little jewel box, make it everything that I have ever dreamed of in a kitchen, and most of the stuff I was able to just do myself. So the very first thing I started with was the wood paneling. I wanted the kitchen to feel like an old pre-war tenement kitchen. And it was really simple to just get this pine wainscoting, nail it up, and build up the moldings, the baseboards and the chair rail. I had a contractor come in and put in the crown molding. That wasn't there either. The other huge job that I did myself was I painted the cupboards. And that was a lot of work. I took all the doors off. I took all the shelves out. Everything was painted with oil paint, so it had to be primed and sanded and then painted 2 or 3 times. The glass wasn't this glass. It was just this frosted glass that was very modern looking. And something I love about old buildings is when you can look at the windows and you see these wavy panels of glass that are hand blown. When I was in high school and college, I spent all my summers working as a costumed historical interpreter at a place called Black Creek Pioneer Village. It's Canada's equivalent to colonial Williamsburg. It wasn't just life-changing because I learned so many manual skills, but being in that environment, in buildings that were 200 years old, utilitarian objects in these buildings were so beautiful. There were irons with little, like the handles were little swan's heads, and they didn't have to put a swan's head on that iron, but they did. That was the case with every single thing in these buildings. Useful things could be very beautiful. That really inspired me. Look at this sink. Look at this sink. It is handmade in England by Shaw's. Like everything that goes along with the whole dishwashing process now is fun because it's beautiful. Like this. Oh, hello, vintage Munich tea towel that I got when I lived in Germany. Oh, hello, hand-blown soap bottle with a little vintage spigot. Oh, hello, dishcloth that was hand woven by my friend Deborah. And then we have the dishes. Working at Pioneer Village, I was introduced to old china and silverware. So I started collecting ironstone china. This is early American pressed glass. At an antique store, a glass like this would go for, I don't know, 30 bucks. But you can find stuff like this if you know how to spot it. You can find it at like junk stores. So people come over and they've broken stuff before and they felt really bad, and I'm like, don't worry about it. It's fine, it was just $2. If it breaks, it's fine. If the marble gets stained, it already has some spots on it, and I love them. This is my silver. Not silver plate. There's a big difference. Every fork, every spoon in there averages about 100 bucks. I collected piece by piece since I was a little kid. Like I'd get my birthday money and I'd go and buy a fork. If you look very closely, you can see we have the lion en passant, which means that that was made in London. And then we have the leopard's head, which means that it was made in Great Britain. And then we have the monarch's head. And the monarch's head on this one is a young Queen Victoria. So this was made under Queen Victoria's reign. And then we have a letter, and the letter is a Q. So let's go to our book. There's Queen Victoria's head, 1854. They didn't have electric lights in 1854. This was made by natural light or by oil lamp. I'm obsessed. These are my cutting boards, which I made. I make soap with goat's milk, coconut oil, and olive oil, and then I put a little bit of frankincense and myrrh in it. That's exclusively what I use in here. I package it up too. I call it wise man's soap, the soap that Jesus would have used. Sometimes when people talk about me, they use that phrase, butcher, baker, candlestick maker. I haven't done any butchering. Another aspect of my time in the kitchen is cooking traditional Tamil food. So my parents are from Sri Lanka, and I am Tamil. That is an ethnicity and a language for those who don't know. And it is the best food in the world. And there are some very specific tools that are required to make this food. And the stuff is just so beautiful. This is used for a kind of rice patty that's made with rice flour mixed with some boiling water. You put the dough in here, put the plunger in, and then you squeeze out these vermicelli noodles onto these mats that are woven with strips of bamboo. And then those little patties get steamed. So that's another added aspect of the kitchen that I love. It's this mix of New York tenement and Sri Lanka. It's always been a dream to learn something on the piano. And when the pandemic started, I thought, okay, I am going to challenge myself to learn one Chopin nocturne. I just thought, let's just take it bar by bar. One bar, that's all. At the end of a year, I can now sort of play one nocturne. It has been really fulfilling to sit down at the piano and to be able to play one of his pieces from beginning to end. A lot of the stuff in here is actually from flea markets and thrift stores. New York has great flea markets and great thrift stores. People are coming and going and dying all the time, and you can find great stuff that's really, really affordable. The coffee table in the living room was 25 bucks, a nice sort of bronze frame, but it didn't have any glass in it. So I bought it, and then I got some mirror from just a glass store, and it was actually old mirror that they cut down to size. I wanted to actually make it look antique, so I distressed the mirror myself. You take some nasty stuff called muriatic acid and you spray it on the back of the mirror and it starts to eat away at the silver. So it happens really quickly. You just sort of, you have to time it and get it to the level where you want it. If you leave it on for too long, it'll take off all the silver. Here is a little project about my friend who's obsessed with his cat. And I thought I should write a little kid's book. And this is a little story about Bernardo's cat, Agnes. Bernardo's a hipster who lives in Brooklyn. And the cat gets angry sometimes when he leaves. This is my landscape painting, which is a copy of a painting from the 1850s by an Irish painter, George Barrett. I have always dreamed of painting landscapes, and one of the ways artists have traditionally learned how to paint is actually by copying paintings by the masters. I printed this high-res image off the internet and zoomed in and worked on this very slowly for the course of 8 months. It's oil paint, so it had to be done in layers, and the layers often would have to dry before I did the next layer. But it was a big challenge that ended up working. I love this thing. This room is why I rented this apartment, because of the wonderful light that streams in really for most of the day. These lace curtains are pure cotton. It is very, very hard to find pure cotton lace today. Most mills that made this stuff are long gone. So one of the few places left in the world where they still weave the old way is in Lyon, France. And that's where this comes from. Lace curtains fluttering in the breeze. Look what's happening. Good boy. Yeah. Yeah. I was walking down the street one day years ago, and I saw a cab stop on the side of the road, the door opened, and this fluffy thing just jumped out and ran into a building where a doorman had opened the door for him. I was like, did I just imagine this? So some very careful detective work revealed to me that Prince lived down the street, and I befriended his owners. They offered to leave him here when they went out of town. I was taking a painting class at the Art Students League, and my teacher's mantra was paint what you see, not what you know. Once when I was doggy sitting Prince, I thought, let me try painting him, and it turned out great. I was really happy with the result. I love that dog so much. I apprentice with a wonderful potter in Connecticut. Guy Wolf makes all of Martha Stewart's flower pots. He's been making flower pots for most of his life. I read about him in Martha's magazine and was determined to learn from him, so I begged him to let me come and visit, and the rest is history. I've been going there for about 10 years now. This pot was made by Guy, this beautiful pot was made by Guy, and this pot was made by me. The bed is from the 1830s, and it's actually a little shorter than a normal twin bed. But then I found out that there's a mattress maker in the Bronx, Charles H. Beckley. They have been making mattresses, horsehair mattresses, by hand. They came here, measured the bed, made this wonderful mattress. It's really, really comfortable. Look at this. The corner is hand finished. So there are hand-tied springs in here, layers of horsehair and cotton. Great mattress. Well made, made to last. Remember Deborah, my weaver friend who made my towels in the kitchen? She made this for me too. I make a lot of things by hand. So when I'm going out and buying something, I want something that is well made. I lived in Germany for a year, and a very good friend of mine was telling me that her grandmother had a saying, "Wir sind zu arme, billig zu kaufen." We're too poor to buy cheap things. I feel like my bike is my best friend. It's from 1940, it was made in Munich. I brought it back with me. It's built to last. It's a solid steel frame. It has a great bell. Art supplies take priority over clothes for me. This is the bigger closet. The canvases are up there. This is full of beautiful wool. I always have a knitting project on the go. This is a hat in progress. All my books, paper, sketch pads, oil paints. During the pandemic, I thought I would try my hand at bookbinding, and I'm kind of hooked now. I made this a few weeks ago. It's a watercolor sketchbook. You need to have proper watercolor paper in order to have the pages stay flat so that they don't buckle and curl. Let's talk clothes. Oh, hello, Marie Kondo. So when I read Marie Kondo's book, that philosophy really spoke to me, that the objects that you have in your life should be meaningful to you and should make you happy. So I did it. I condoed this place. I got rid of anything that did not make me happy. Just the things that spark joy. There was a lot more. When I was a little kid, I watched The Sound of Music and I was like, I want to dress like that. But it didn't seem possible. And then I started working at Pioneer Village and was wearing tweed in my costume, fulfilled that tweed need. When I became an adult, I commissioned some tweed suits to be made. And then I really felt like these are my clothes. This is my style. Deborah wove this cloth. This suit took about 3 years to make. The sheep, she picked 2 different sheep that were 2 shades of brown. You can see the dark and the light. Those are the 2 different sheep. It's lined with salmon colored silk. I just love it. I love the color combo. The other thing that's in this closet that I wear in the winter, I have 4 of them, are these sweaters called ganzis. They're fisherman sweaters. There's something really sentimental about these fisherman sweaters. They were a real working man's garment. Every village had their own pattern. So I found a knitting collective in Yorkshire where there's a group of women that still make ganzis the old way with real Yorkshire wool. And this is what came back. Knitted for me by Marion Brocklehurst, who is 93 this year, and she knits ganzis for Daniel Day-Lewis. It's like a hug. The clothes in there, they all have a story and they have meaning in them. And every time I put on something that was handmade, I'm thinking of the person that made it. If someone told me there was a shrine for Marie Kondo, I would go and worship at the shrine and take flowers and bow. That's how she got to me. Oh, what do we want to wear today? A nice gray t-shirt? Oh, maybe a striped one. Let's look through our blues. This space became a lot emptier after the whole Marie Kondo thing, but what it turned into was a kind of canvas, a kind of nice blank canvas for bringing things in that don't stay forever. Come in, they visit, they add joy, then they die, and my mind feels a lot lighter. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here with me. Bye.
Hi, I'm Jewel Pearson, and this is my Handmade Home in Charlotte, North Carolina. I've lived in the tiny house for 7 years. I designed my home from graph paper and have expanded since that time and just adore my tiny house. Born in Brooklyn, didn't live there very long, but I love big buildings and mid-rises and moving traffic and people moving, and that's kind of where I feel like I get energy from. And I can honestly say I would not have been able to live in this area when I first started my tiny house journey because I was still so connected to needing that energy from the city. But over the course of 7 years, life changed, energy changed. So now being on a friend's farm is the piece that I didn't even really know I needed. So I was young, my early 20s, and the responsibility of motherhood, single motherhood. You know, at that point it was often balancing the checkbook to the penny. And I just knew that once I got her okay, I wanted to get to a point where I could decide, no, I'm going to just, buy this frivolously, not I've got to pay this bill and now we've got $20 left. Like, I wanted to be in a where I've always felt like it was lighter. And I stumbled on a story of a woman who had built a tiny house, and it was her story of kind of rebuilding after divorce and losing things. And, that wasn't my journey, but more resonated with me, like, this is me, this is doing it for me, I'm starting over. And at that point, I decided I'm building a tiny house. This was 2012, 2013-ish, and there wasn't a lot of information about tiny houses like there is now. The movement at that point was so focused on minimalism, and you don't build a house bigger than 18 feet, and there were like so many things about what a tiny house wasn't. But for me, it was my retirement plan. So I'm doing all the things. So this is the crown jewel, if I might say that. This is the original tiny house space. This is where the dream started. I knew I needed to have windows all around so that no matter where I put my house, that I'd have light coming in. A good sunrise and a sunset just like make my entire life. I've got a full-size bathroom. It's got a washer-dryer combo unit in it, a bathtub. And the funny thing is, I don't use it as much as I imagined that I would. Most of the time that I use it, it's Nina getting a bath and not me. But yes, one of the important things for me, and it's one of the things that I say for people interested in tiny houses, make it your own. Make it include things that make home for you. So I have a beautiful floating staircase, and at the bottom of the staircase, there's a landing, which can be used for seating. I don't have a lot of multi-function things in the house. The original flip-up desk that was in the corner in the nook, I've taken that out completely. A lot of tiny houses have storage where they'll put their clothes in the couch, and the couch lifts up and you get your clothes out. I didn't do a lot of multi-function. I wanted to think through so I wasn't moving stuff out of the way all the time and, re-navigating the space, because I knew long-term that would get old for me. One overhead loft is my sleeping space, and then the other is kind of a plant nook chill space. And then coming through, pantry, storage, and then this is my kitchen, and I can cook, I just don't like to cook. So I didn't devote a lot of kitchen space, but I have a very functional kitchen. This is a microwave and a convection oven, so I can bake and do all of those things. 2-burner cooktop, and then back here is the closet. The original tiny house had a very small screened-in porch here and an overhead Juliet balcony. And so this is all new. It is built on a foundation, and this is dedicated office space, and then just having the living space and room for my plants. Really, it's a room that I built for my plants. So this is, original tiny house. This part that you see right here is original tiny house, and I didn't want to cover it up. I felt like it would be beautiful as part of the design. I don't know that I have a design style, like it's just kind of like by eye. I feel like the masks are part of who I am generationally, like the core of my existence. It's a connection, even though you don't, as a woman of color, Black woman, I don't really know my roots. That is something that I'm working on now, but it still feels like home for me. It feels like part of my connectedness to who I am, and I wanted all of that to be part of my home. So this was just like kind of the beautiful open space, and then I realized, it's coyotes out here, so we need a little barrier. So that was the purpose of the screen. And I used like the polycarbonate overhead, so I still will have light in here. Right now it's my most favorite space. Maybe it's because it's the newest space. So In my mind, as I was thinking like the lighter lifestyle, I saw myself traveling. And I still thought I was building a tiny house space that I could travel with. And then when I bought the trailer and started building, I was like, what were you thinking? You can't travel with this. And so it is like home base. It's gonna stay stationary. It provides my lifestyle of freedom, but I still want to have the opportunity to travel with home. And so that's the travel trailer. It also has a bathroom, a shower, bathroom in it. So it's small enough that I can manage myself, but it's also big enough to be self-sufficient. So that's kind of my next project. It's all really budget driven, but I'm hoping that I can get it done by the end of this year. So advice for people who are thinking about getting into tiny house living. I think from the beginning, you need to really evaluate how you use your space, the things that you have to have in your space that are important to you. And I always say, go from a list of must-have, nice to have, and the wish list. You've really got to know you and know yourself and the things that are gonna make you comfortable in that space. My initial parking space was in an RV park. And I was there from May to October. RV parks aren't always safe spaces for people of color, Black people, and I ran into some issues there. And so that kind of forced the move. And I've had that issue another time in a rural space. So it's kind of, where can you put a tiny house is one of the issues, and then there's the challenge of where can you put a tiny house as a Black person, as a person of color, that you have to think about safety. Unfortunate, but the reality. There's some statistics. I think it says the tiny house movement is either 97% or 95% white. And so a lot of my work in the movement is representation, showing Black people and people of color as part of the movement, talking to the concerns that you'll have as part of the movement, in addition to just the overall, where can I put a tiny house, but what does that look like for me? And then also, I think it became important for me early on to show tiny house living as a viable option versus people just thinking tiny house people were weird. The racism in conventional home buying, it's a known issue. You can look at cities and know exactly how the redlining was done because of the way people are located, the way highways are run. At the bottom of the list for home ownership, the percentages of Black people, it still remains year after year at the bottom of that list. The conversation around tiny houses is one of the things where it's an opportunity to get to home ownership quicker. It is an opportunity for wealth building, even if it's not the traditional equity in your home conversation that so many people say. Buying a conventional home allows you to build equity and a tiny house doesn't. But there's still the opportunity of, I own my home, and so that income that I would be using to pay for a mortgage, I can invest that, I can save that, and so there's a non-traditional opportunity for wealth building. And if we are challenging the status quo of housing with tiny houses, we should challenge the entire thing, the inequity. I want the people who have not had access to housing to be included in this conversation and to be at this table. That is kind of where I feel like what my work is. Thanks for checking out my house.
When people come into our space, they usually walk in like, oh, hey, what's up? And then they'll look to the side and be like, what the? And it's like immediately very impactful and hopefully very transformative. You walk 5 steps in and you're just in another zone completely. I'm Chatham, and this is my handmade home in Birmingham, Alabama. Well, initially when we got this space, I was going for like an 1970s Scarface, ultra modern look, which immediately like got the can. I realized that I had too much stuff to be even like aspiring to that look. It's just ridiculous.
Like this cabinet has some fun junk in it. Practical, sensible brown dress with glasses for day-to-day wear.
So in the past, I used to have a boutique called Charm, and it was one of several boutiques that I've owned. I would go to a ton of estate sales, ostensibly to be looking for the shop, but let's face it, like the really good stuff, I would say like, oh, this is great for Charm, and then I would, of course, bring it home and hoard it and add it to the collection of knick-knack, paddywhack that you see before you to this very day. I grew up on Long Island. I collected things on the beach because I was basically a hoarder in training from like day one. They were like treasures. I mean, they felt like mermaid's treasures or something. And I still, if I see a beautiful shell at an estate sale or in an antique mall or something like that, I'll get it.
Oh, this guy here is Percy, no big deal. I don't know how Percy went out, but I know he went out a while ago, and I always kind of wanted to pet a fox. He feels really nice.
There are so many things about the things that I pick that I respond to. If it's ridiculous, I love that. If it's ghoulish a little, love that. Just out and out dumb, I love that. If it's super unusual, if it's made with very labor-intensive processes, if it's kind of a lost art, anything glittery, anything sparkly, anything kind of talismanic, it just sends me. I mean, I just love it. When I travel, I like to pack like a ridiculously small amount of stuff in a suitcase that fits under the seat, and then I bring empty collapsible bags to carry home. So going there, I'm packing like a ninja, and coming home, I'm like just loaded down with extra bags and carry-ons and having to check suitcases and all that kind of stuff.
This guy is, he's an African fetish figure, mostly from China, found it in Mexico from the flea market in Paris. And I walked around the flea market like 4 times.
You never know what you're gonna find, and the idea of being open to it and not only getting a cool souvenir, but getting a beautiful object as well is really exciting to me.
So the gallery wall was a giant pain in the ass to hang. It's my favorite DIY project of this place, because if I sit down, every time I look, I notice something else that's sort of thrilling or ridiculous or silly or funny. It's taken probably 6 months to get to this point. It took a long time. Believe it or not, there was actually editing involved.
For every single thing that's out, there's probably another thing to match it that's jammed into storage in the basement, or jammed up in a closet, or just jammed up where anything is jammable.
And cooking doesn't really happen up in this piece. So this guy is a pretty handy dandy storage spot for stuff that I'll never use, but is extremely fancy. So basically, this is a fancy paperweight and a storage box. I've always been a big fan of books. I didn't collect them for their color. I just happen to have so many books that I eventually could arrange them by color. It's kind of like trying to make a lot of sense out of nonsense.
So to create zones within the loft, I just tried to do it through like furniture groupings, and this area that we're sitting in has the rugs, and that kind of zones it out as like kind of a chill out relaxation zone. So I think the only way to like make it look comprehensive is to group like stuff with like, and to limit the palette, because I feel like since I'm not willing to edit my stuff so much, I have to edit something about it. When people are in here, I definitely want them to feel first welcome, Second, kind of transformed. Third, it would be kind of cool if they felt curious. Like, I want them to walk around and look at these things, because I enjoy walking around and looking at all these amazing things. And if they want to open cabinets or open drawers or open whatever they want to look at, they can look at. It's all kind of joyful, even if it's not terribly well organized, or if it's a messy drawer. It's still fun to look.
Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you guys again.
Hi, my name is TaLaya Brown, and this is our Handmade Home in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm a nail artist. I own a salon. I started doing nails in college as a way to make money. It was like my side hustle. I did nails in my dorm room, and then I did nails in my apartment. And I'm completely self-taught too, which is something that I'm really, really proud of. I never went to school to do nails. Like, everything I learned on my own, YouTube videos, those kind of things. And so I did an apprenticeship, I got my license, and the rest is history. I am a design enthusiast, but I've never wanted to actually be an interior designer. It's just something I've always been interested in. My mom was super into like decorating our house, changing my room with the season. And I actually didn't really like it back then, but it kind of grew on me as I got older. My husband's grandparents built this house in 1956. I remember even when me and my husband were dating, when his grandmother was still alive, we would come here for holidays, spend holidays with her, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and he was their only grandchild. And so, you know, they're a really, really close-knit family. And so me coming into that, it just felt so warm and so like inviting. That's why I was so adamant about doing this house justice, because I knew that it was a family jewel. I knew that we would be here forever. Like, this is our forever home. We're not going anywhere else. You know, it makes me emotional because it's like, I never would have thought that this would be my path, you know, to home ownership, my path to a financially secure life. Like, that's what this house has afforded us. First of all, let me say, my husband could have lived in this house exactly how it was when his grandmother lived here. Like, he would have been totally fine with it. But that wasn't gonna quite work for me. It was dark. Like wall-to-wall carpet, very kind of closed off, like homes in 1956 were built. Like, every room was a room. It was very like a lot of doors all over the place. And so initially I already knew that I wanted to like open everything up. Our kitchen, it was completely closed off. There was a half wall that came to probably right about here. And then there was a bar that came to here, and then there was a door that covered this whole area. And so we took out the bar and we took out the doors, and that completely opened up the kitchen. What used to be the dining room became our pantry. I always knew that it made more sense for the dining room to be back there and not here, because it's a very like oddly shaped space. And so I was just like, I think that we can just do some shelving and make it our pantry, because we decided to take out our upper cabinets and we needed a little bit more food storage space. I love organization, and so I follow like a TikTok accounts, like Instagram accounts, Pinterest accounts that have organization, and I just always love the way that it looks. It just makes me feel like accomplished, that it's all like neat and like put together. And so I spend time pouring the rice into the rice bin and the sugar into the sugar bin and then the flour into the flour bin. It's just like a whole kind of relaxing thing for me. And so having open shelving and open pantry is not a hard thing for me to keep up with. My husband doesn't touch the pantry. I mean, he uses the pantry. He grabs, you know, he has his bins that have his snacks in it. I have my bins that have my snacks in it. So that's like a marriage hack. It really is. So these are my husband's grandparents, Laura and Matthew Wingate. We always just love to have this picture of them just kind of looking over the house and watching over us. So we decided to make this the dining area because it just made more natural sense to us. Anywhere you see board and batten, wood paneling was already there. And so we just basically covered the wood paneling with the board and batten to modernize it a little bit. Because we always liked the look of the two-tone. I never wanted like just a full wall of just drywall and paint. I just feel like it gives it a little bit more character. So this window, this is what my husband calls a shotgun window. And so there's an entryway to our backyard back there. And so I guess, you know, the idea of it is if you see somebody coming in the back wall, you can kind of, you know, be alerted, I guess. I don't know. But I did consider getting rid of this window, and my husband said no. You know, my husband, he doesn't have a whole lot of opinions on a lot of things, so when he does have an opinion, I'm like, okay, cool, all right, you know, we can leave that alone. My design style, it's evolved over the years. Initially, when we moved in our house, it was really like colorful, a lot of colorful accessories, all of those things. And I just, over time, I was just like really more drawn to like neutral palettes. And so I kind of made a shift, and I started like taking away the colorful things and like replacing them with more like black and white, natural tones and textures. And I realized that that's what made me feel more comfortable. My favorite design era is mid-century modern. And so just the fact that I ended up living in a house that was built in 1956, I feel is like kismet. Like I said, I love mid-century modern style. And so I knew somewhere in our house I wanted a slat wall. And so my brother did the slat wall, I painted it, and it turned out wonderfully. So this is our primary bedroom. This space, I really just wanted to be as calm and as minimal as possible. That's why we went with the really light walls, really light bedding. And of course, this kind of cognac color adds like a element of warmth to it with the juju hat and the curtains. Warm and kind of cozy, like a hug. It's a juju hat. It's from Cameroon, and they're all handmade. It's the actual hat that they use in like ceremonies. People use them for decor. I have a couple of them throughout the house, and they just add like a lot of texture and a lot of just like culture as well. So mud cloth is something that I have always just been drawn to, but then once I started to learn about the process of it, it made me fall in love with it even more. Like, every design is very unique. Every design has its own meaning. And so I like to use it throughout our home because it just gives me a feeling of like comfort and a feeling of culture. And it's my color, it's black and white. I love black and white. So this wall is my favorite thing in this room. It's a gallery wall of like places me and my husband have traveled to. I love waking up and just seeing this as the first thing that I see. It makes me happy, it makes my husband happy. That was our honeymoon in Montreal and Seattle, and one of our first trips to Asheville together. We look so young there. like little kids. Okay, so this room has been many things since we've lived here. When COVID hit and we couldn't go to the gym anymore, we canceled our Y membership and decided to make this a workout room. So I knew that I wanted a focal point kind of accent wall when I decided that I wanted this to be a workout room. And so I just traced out all of the shapes and the patterns onto the wall, and I took my little paintbrush and I painted in every single one of these shapes. After I did the walls and I posted on Instagram and everything, one of my clients came in and said that she wanted this design on her nails, and I did it. So, and it was really cute. Okay, so this is what we consider our living room. When my husband Carrick was growing up, this was like the room nobody went in. It was very formal, very like staged and styled, and it was a room that only got used like during holidays. And so when we decided to make this our home, I was very intentional about saying that I'm gonna get the most out of this space, I'm gonna use it, because for so many years it didn't get a lot of use. I wake up, I make my tea, I go in there, I sit, I look out the window. Honey loves it. She like literally lives on that bench staring out the window like neighborhood patrol. So yeah, I love that room. And it gets the best light in the house. So I love mirrors. They're literally probably in every single room in this house. And just because it's a smaller house, I just think it's a good way to kind of reflect light and add another visual element to the room. I knew that I wanted built-ins just because I wanted the space to kind of put all of the things that I love to look at on a regular basis. And I knew that I wanted it to look like it had been here. And so my brother kind of brought my vision to life. So we were working with a very limited amount of space on this side of the window. And so he was trying to convince me to just keep it this, but I knew that I wanted it to look built in. And so I'm like, I can find a use for some shelving over there. And I was like, our record collection, perfect thing to go there. Oh, she's about to go crazy, sorry. Twice a day for 5 years, and she has the same reaction every time. I know, honey. It's the church bell up the street. So embarrassing. I got into plants when we moved in this house, actually. Once I had my own house, I'm like, we need like something extra. And so it started with 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 10, and then 20. And now I have like this beautiful collection of plants that I love so much. Those are like my babies. I'm always happy about the ferns because this is kind of my ode to Carrie's grandmother. Every year she would put ferns on the porch. All the rest of these are plants that live in our house in the winter and the fall. This is my oldest plant, my snake plant here, which I always measure it by this leaf right here, which is taller than me now. Our porch is like the life of the party, okay? Especially in the spring and summer. Me and my husband sit out here all the time. Most people know us by our porch. Like, oh, you live in the house with the porch. It's like, yeah, that's our house. And you know, like sitting on the porch, you see your neighbors. You see them, you wave to them, you talk to them, hey, how you doing? You catch up. I just love that community aspect of it. So this is a historically black neighborhood, right? So a blue collar neighborhood, teachers, police officers, postal service workers, those are the type of people that lived in this neighborhood. So now it's a really highly sought after area. When we realized as a neighborhood that gentrification was slowly creeping upon us, we got ahead of it a little bit by becoming a historic district here in Charlotte. We're the first black neighborhood to become a historic district in Charlotte. You know, we had to get the whole community involved in it, but it was so important to us because we wanted to really preserve the character of our neighborhood, the brick houses and you know what I mean, like the community of our neighborhood, and we got it done. And now you can't just come in and tear down one of our brick houses and build up some modern house in our neighborhood. And we're really, really proud of the fact that we're preserving the history of our neighborhood. This is my spot right here, and we sit out here for literally hours. We take pride in our neighborhood, we take pride in our elders, and we just want to make sure that, you know, we are doing what we need to do to continue the legacy of our neighborhood. Hey, how you doing? I think about how his grandma would be happy that her grandson decided to make this his home. I think that she would be proud that we were able to do the same thing.
Hi, I'm Kate.
And I'm Bill, and this is our Handmade Home
On Long Island, New York. My family goes back about 6 generations here, and this guy's from the Midwest and got dragged here to be with me.
and all 87 of her family members.
Yeah.
We balance each other quite well in our strengths. You know, I'm the one who's sitting there looking up kind of standard distances between countertops and islands and making sure everything's like kind of all balanced and where it's supposed to be. And she's the one who, you know, she's like, I have to have this countertop. This is the countertop I have to have, picking out basically and designing all of the kind of aesthetic of the place.
I'm really very unreasonable, and he's very reasonable. That's what makes us work. I started selling vintage after I started hoarding way too much vintage, and this guy was like, you gotta get some of this crap out of here. So I started selling online through Etsy, and then I started my own website, and that's what I sell through now. It's katepiercevintage.com. And basically I go to thrift stores, estate sales, and I pick up everything I like, and I keep what I really like, and I sell what just doesn't work in our house. We bought our house almost 3 years ago, and we loved the old charm of it. It was built in 1910, but it was an absolute disaster. Every little inch needed love. I don't even think it had been painted in 30 years. So we love that about it too, that we're project people. He does all the building, I do the designing, and it's just been a labor of love.
It had great bones. The house had phenomenal bones, and we completely redesigned the space. Moved everything from the water lines, the drains, all of the, we put in new windows.
When we moved in, the kitchen had a totally different layout.
It was a long hallway basically from this door right here. So it was a much smaller space, much more kind of condensed space.
Very cramped, and it wasn't making the best use of the space.
So we really ripped it all the way down to the studs, took everything out, completely redid all of the electrical, all the plumbing, everything, and then built it back up from there.
We used a lot of vintage elements in the kitchen, like the reclaimed wood came from an 1800s barn in Connecticut.
We've actually used IKEA cabinetry for 2 parts of it, and then the other part is just kind of framed out of 2x4, and then we just kind of covered it with the reclaimed wood to give it a more kind of rustic look.
So I'm a really impractical person. I have visions for spaces, and those visions are the priority. So I wanted open shelving with loads of plants on them because everyone needs plants to cook, right? I used to have glassware, plates, everything on here, and it just looked so cluttered. So slowly anything that was actually a functional part of a kitchen just started coming off of the open shelves until there were just plants. I really have a weakness for vintage glassware, and these are my favorite glasses in the world. I've only come across 3 of them in all of my years of thrifting, but they're peekaboo glasses. This guy, I saw him online at an estate sale, and I saw that he was hidden, just peeking through. I call him Ned now, but I found him and he was this original acrylic portrait in really great shape, and they charged me $10, and now he's one of my favorite pieces in our home.
The funny part is that on Halloween, Ned had got an eye patch. On Christmas, Ned had a Christmas hat. So Ned gets dressed up depending on the holiday.
He hangs with us. He parties hard. I was at an estate sale recently, and it was the home of an artist who had passed away, and all of his life's work was in the home. So there were hundreds of portraits, and I was shocked when I got to the sale and found that none of the dealers were there for the portraits. So I had the option of hundreds to choose from, and it was a little overwhelming, and I picked up 18 of them, thinking that that was a lot of portraits to bring home, and I thought, oh, I'll sell half of these, keep a couple, and then I added them to the wall, and then I realized that I didn't have enough. So now I'll be trying to find some more portraits to add. I really envisioned them covering almost every inch of the white wall. The library space is definitely my favorite, and I love just escaping in there in the very small amount of free time that I get with having 2 young children, and I love being surrounded by the books and the plants, and I think it just has enough color to be very cheerful and happy, and muted enough where you can feel relaxed in that space. So it's probably the room I'm most proud of designing. I kind of nailed exactly what I was going for, I think. I envisioned the shelves having the book collection that I've been collecting for 4 or 5 years now, but also being kind of a live plant wall. But there were some logistical issues, such as this half of the bookshelves not getting any natural light. So we found this product from Mod Sprout and their grow frames. There's a grow light inside so that I could bring the greenery onto this side of the shelves. I think my middle finger is my favorite. I found this at a estate sale that was all mid-century stuff, and it was in his basement, like man cave bar, and I just spray painted it gold, and it's my favorite. It's very welcoming. Some of my plants are actually even thrifted. This enormous euphorbia cactus thing I found at an estate sale, and they're super expensive when you get them from a nursery, but I got it for $100, and I realized it was $100 because everyone else at that sale was like, how the hell would I get this huge thing home? So we got it home by putting the thing on the back of my dad's pickup truck and me essentially hugging it, going 40 miles an hour down the road. Really, I mean, I almost gave my life for this thing, but.
And then I find out about it when you roll up in the driveway and say, I need you to come get a cactus out of the truck. I'm like, all right.
That's normal for us.
It's totally normal for us. Totally normal. She's just staring at me. She likes to eat everything.
Yeah.
Literally everything.
She's eaten couches and shoes and toys and.
There have been a few things that I've had to like hide after the dog has eaten it because I'm like, oh, that's not good. Like something you've just brought home, some type of vintage thing you brought home.
See, those are the things that you just don't ever tell me. Now I'm gonna be thinking, what did you eat, Ripley? What did you eat? So we have no closets on our ground floor, so we need this space to be a highly functional space, yet play into the whole design. So straight on into the kitchen where you see my orange bar stools. Picked up that same color and put it on the wall here so it would carry your eye into both spaces.
Watch your head.
So this is probably my longest running collection. They're all antique or vintage. Some people find this wall super creepy. They're like, oh, so you just have a bunch of dead people on your wall. 'Cause a lot of them are really old, but I don't see it that way. I just love the character of all of the different silhouettes, and a lot of them have the writing on the back saying what year they were made and the person's name, and I just love that sort of thing. You know, it's a great conversation piece, and everyone that walks in the house is always immediately drawn to this wall.
Your dead people wall.
Our dead people wall.
I think we'd been here for maybe a year at most, and I came home and Katie was ripping tiles off the wall in the bathroom, doing a very bad job and ripping up all the drywall underneath. So, needless to say, I had to take over after that, so that's how we got our first project started.
Yeah, so I really wanted to have a vintage dresser in this space.
From a DIY perspective, this is a perfect example of kind of implementing her vision. Obviously with the drawers, they go back and they take up the entire space, and we wanted to make sure that we could be able to put the sinks with the drains and all of the water supply in, but make the drawers still functional. So that was, you know, we had to do basically surgery on these drawers, and you know, some of them have sections in the middle that we can't put anything, that we just built kind of squares in or cutouts so that they go around the pipes and they're still usable.
I have so much fun with kids' spaces because you can just go wild with color and whimsy. This is our daughter Eva's room. She just turned 7, and this house bed is the only piece that came from our old house. She was 2 when we bought it, and she still loves it just as much to this day. This Russian nesting doll collection, this is how I get her to come to estate sales with me, by telling her, hey, we'll find some Russian nesting dolls. And this Art Deco fireplace I found in a really disgusting basement, and it was a project to get it all cleaned up and painted. So we're in our younger daughter Josie's room. She is about 2.5 years old.
This bed is a perfect example of Kate just falling in love with something and needing to have it in the space, because it is old enough that it's not a standard size, so we can't get a standard mattress. It's, what is it called, like 3/4?
Yeah, it's a 3/4 mattress. You have to have them special made, but I found that an RV mattress actually fits on the bed, so she has an RV mattress. I'm not the biggest fan of spaces that are just put together exactly right, or pieces that don't have the little chip or patina. I think that just adds character, and we tried to give that sort of character to every space we create. Thanks for stopping by.
And see you again soon.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and this is my Handmade Home in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I am a photographer full-time. I do brand photography, product photography, and some lifestyle photography. But I've always just kind of documented my life and documented my family and just the things around me. And then I just started getting hired for small projects. And over time, it just kind of turned into its own business and its own life. So my style of photography, I just love shadows. Working in the commercial world or doing commercial photography or lifestyle photography, you blow out all the shadows. You make this veneer of life that doesn't really exist. And so my own personal work began with a series that was mostly shadow, just dark. Most of the larger bodies of work that I've made are about big questions, usually about the world around me as I'm experiencing it. I made a series called Mark Yourself Safe because I was interested in fear around Black men specifically. Like what alarms us to tell us that, you know, we're either safe or unsafe. I was also kind of playing on this idea of like this Facebook thing of telling mark yourself safe from like different natural disasters and stuff that are going on around the world. But when it comes to Black men, especially as we were seeing so many just police-related deaths, one seen and unseen, I was very curious about what invokes that fear. I had a really interesting dream where a bunch of Black boys were like ripping off their clothes and running away from a group home and like painting these Rorschach shapes on their backs. It's work that investigates the viewer. On Instagram, we had larger conversation about that, and people were honest about saying that like there's something deeply ingrained. Hey, mommy. This particular piece, it's a photo by me, but it's an image of these really powerful works called Papa Said Girls Don't Play with Guns by Lakia Shepherd. She's a local artist who makes these phenomenal masks. She makes really powerful work. This particular piece is by an artist named Kennedy Carter. She was the youngest person to shoot a British Vogue cover, which was Beyonce's. But she had a whole series of boys and men with horses, and she just does a really beautiful job of showcasing the dignity and beauty of Black men and Black folks. And when I see like a really great portrait, or when I talk to an artist about their practice, I'm like, I want a part of that around me, and I want it big. Most of the art in my house is really big. This is by an artist named Miriam Tribe. She was really gracious enough to allow me to commission her. I asked her for like a community of people, not any specific type of person, but I asked her for a community of people that were kind of emotive and like, I don't know, leaning into each other. And literally the first sketch she did, I was like, that's it, that's the one. So I projected it onto my wall and then painted over it, and she did a really great job of calling in what I was looking for, which is just people in community with one another. This room was advertised as a study, and I've never had a dining room before, never bought a dining room table before or chairs, and so I was like, well, this has to be my first ever dining room. So one of my favorite things about this apartment is that these built-ins basically lend themselves to be displays. And so throughout the season sometimes, or especially throughout the holidays, this built-in turns into whatever my world is like in that day. So I choose things that go in here that are central to things that are meaningful for me, objects that I've found on my travels, and of course you can see in here there's like some kind of a vibe. There's the same kind of color scheme, which is like taupe and gold and black and whatever. This is called like the Mexican Circle of Friends. It's really cool. I forgot what it symbolizes, but I'm gonna guess that it symbolizes something like community. But I went to the Harry Potter store and got Hermione's wand. I love fantasy and imagination and adventure, and it's like one of the first places, I guess, when I was younger that had all of those things. So Harry Potter store, New York City, was really cool. I don't like for things to not be seen or not be used, you know? I don't like to just have things for the sake of having things. I like them to live their life. My mom was kind of that way. She was like a lover of inanimate objects, like she would personify them. So I got these images when I was on Instagram, and I saw someone post a whole folder full of images of Black folks, like older images. And usually when I'm in thrift stores or vintage stores, I never ever see like Black folks. So I asked my cousin in Atlanta to like go buy them for me and bring them back, and had them all framed. Even though I don't know these people, and these people may not even be connected, I'm like, I hope somewhere someone knows that they have like a family and a home somewhere, and they're like dignified and happy. I like the idea of having new life to these images, you know, in my own home. All of the walls that were here were like yellow and some interesting burnt orange or something. But I left this room because I wanted it to feel cozy. I liked how warm it made the room feel. White is definitely, you know, part of the palette and part of what's in here, but a bed is a really intimate place, both mentally and physically. And so for my mind, I'm like, what is the coziest that I can feel in this room? And I wanted to keep that warm color for that reason. In my bedroom, I have two very large images of my nieces, and it wasn't supposed to be for art. It was actually just me taking photos of them. My sister came over and was like doing their hair, and I was like, y'all come over here for a second. I just want to take a picture while like they're in the midst of getting their hair done. Growing up, your identity and like your sense of self-worth is developed based on the world that's happening around you, and it's specifically difficult for Black girls because you can see so much of what you don't have through the eyes of the world, which isn't always really made or fashioned for you. And what I have in my room are these really magnificent photos of my girls with their hair out the way that it grows. And what I wish I'd even had for my own self at that age was like for someone to look at me and regard my natural beauty the way it is and be like, damn, that's really beautiful. And that's what I want my nieces to see. They're massive. When I displayed these images in shows, it was like my very first solo show, it was so cool to watch them walk up to their own images and like see themselves so big because they really wanted people to know like, this is me, this is me. It's just a monument to what I see in them and I hope they see in themselves. This piece was done by my best friend, Corey Beck. I really love the style that she has. It's very abstract. Like, for example, up here, she calls this like a sunflower and you can see it, but it's like intense and like snakes and dragons and reptiles are central to her work. It's really bizarre, but in like the best way. This is my mom. When my grandma passed away, there were big totes full of photos and framed images and photo albums and everything left. And a lot of my work covers like generational passing of ideas. And some of those ideas are rooted in sometimes self-hatred, but not necessarily given to us by each other, but the circumstance of just racial inequality. And to know her as an adult is very different than who she was when she was young. And she still has a kind of youthful exuberance to her, but this is a time before some of her most difficult times, which informed my most difficult times. And so there's like ideas and strength and also weakness and beauty and all those things that lived inside of her at this time that also live inside of me, you know, and my nieces. I don't keep very many family photos, but I like to remember who people are, even when the relationship is kind of difficult, you know? So I got into textiles and I was like, I'm gonna make something that takes forever to make. And I made all of these pom-poms by hand. Over time, my fine art practice started to ask more questions about my own identity. I started to think about hair as textile and like my own hair being a central part of my identity. And so I employ some of the same techniques that I do on my hair that I do in some of my textile pieces, like crocheting or braiding or puff balls, things like that. But this was something just big and fun and textural. It's its own little beast. My most favorite creative outlet is cooking. I love to cook. I love to cook. I love to cook. We are in the kitchen, and this is one of the two built-ins in this house. So this house was built in like the 1920s or so, but all of the original built-ins are here. They're also, of course, because this is a rental, painted over to death. But one of the things I wanted to do to make it my own was to change the hardware out. So I found someone who makes these really beautiful handles. I feel like it elevated the cabinet a little bit. And I also had just undergone this massive project to overhaul all of my dishes. Most of my stuff was thrifted, and so it matched, but it kind of didn't have a uniformity to it that I wanted. So there are still things in here that are secondhand and thrifted, which I'm really excited about, but there are also things in here that have a sort of artisanal quality to it that I like and admire, especially as someone who does a lot of food styling and a lot of like food photography. I wanted just things that felt a little bit more elevated. When my grandma passed away, she left her cast iron and nobody knew how to take care of it. And I was like, well, I don't either, but I'm gonna figure it out. So I restored my grandma's and kept it up and then started finding it and collecting it. I love cast iron hooks and I love to work with artisans who create their own hooks. And Etsy is a really good place for like handmade cast iron artisans. I read cookbooks like books because food inspires me and recipes inspire me. So I keep all of my cookbooks in here. Every room in my house has a window, and so this little plant, which I happily named Monkey, has been living in here since it only had 3 leaves. So now it's happy. It's just like moving. Hopefully it takes over the whole place. I hope it does. I have a lot of siblings. I have 9 siblings. We're like fun together. So it's nice to see my siblings hanging out. Okay, so this is my favorite part of my house. It is my sunroom. It's where all of my photography, like food photography and product photography and all that stuff happens because we have sweeping windows. It's also like up in the trees, so I get to see all the tree drama. All the squirrels, like squirrels get into some stuff, and all the different types of birds. Also, the best part about this area is that it leads to my other favorite part of my house, which is my garden. I have 3 porches. The front is, you know, where I just kind of hang out, read, all that jazz. And then the back is where my garden is kind of expanded. My grandma, she would like, you know, take a potato, sit it in water, let it grow. And she would always say, I just like watching stuff grow. And I never understood that until I had my porch garden and I was like, little flowers and beans, and you learn how your food grows. So we've got all kinds of things. We've got nasturtiums, which help with pests. We've got flowers, herbs like oregano, plenty of tomatoes because it's not summer without tomatoes. Oh, this is a cucumber. I had a mystery plant and I didn't know what the heck it was, but now I know. So I do something called companion planting, which is adding different types of plants that benefit the plant next to it. Sometimes it could be for pest control. For here, I'm using my catmint as kind of a shady space for my lettuce. My petunias, they come back every year and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's like the best. So this is the top porch, and on the lower porch is where I keep beans and kale and all types of greens and leafy good green things. So each morning I come out here and just water everything, and it's like the most meditative thing in my day. All of the preconceived things that we have about home are like in us, you know, in our heads and our minds. Sometimes we have to unravel some things to find home. And for me, that was my journey. I had to like unlearn a lot of things. Also, I had to like go on a journey of worthiness. Growing up, I moved a lot, you know, living with family members and not really having a space of my own. And so I had like a really difficult time with permanence, like feeling like I didn't really belong anywhere. So when I finally found this space, I didn't furnish it and I didn't put anything on the walls. It's been a real journey of belonging and knowing for myself, like, you can have things, like you can stay places and roots can be a part of you, you know? And you can build that from the ground up. And that's what I did here. So every consideration, every light, every glass, every piece of art is really an ongoing affirmation of letting myself know that I can have something and that I belong somewhere.
I'm Allie, and this is my handmade home in Queens, New York. I'm a freelance display artist. I do production and design. I've done set design. I do a lot of styling, propping, sourcing. And when I'm not freelancing, I own a small vintage business called Farewell Trading, where I sell a curated collection of vintage and antiques, accessories, decor on Etsy. It's really hard to describe my style. I mean, I think I tend to have like a masculine aesthetic. I'm really big on color stories. My collection is from the late 1800s to present. Certain things just speak to me. Most of the time I have no idea what they are or the history about it. I just buy whatever I like and I figure it out later. That's the best part about vintage to me. It's fun. I don't take it too seriously. I think it should bring up emotions and memories. I just love funny little moments that, you know, you could just look at and smile. When I first saw the house, one of the things that made me fall in love with it was how open it is. I mean, you could see the whole length of the house from the front to the back. The view of the cemetery is one of my favorite things about the house. A lot of people don't think it's great, but I love it. We like go biking through there, we run through there. It's just a gorgeous amenity across the street. And then in the back of the house, we have a very large church, so another beautiful thing to look at. The front sunroom has been about 4 different shades of pink. It took me a really long time to find like the perfect shade that went with the wallpaper, the plants, and then like the yellows and blacks in the living room. And I just finally found this like dusty pink that I think works with everything. Finally right. Welcome to my jungle. This is the highest concentration of plants in any room of the house. It's also the sunniest. Just some old cameras that I found in Prague. I love collecting like New York World's Fair items. I just think they're so cool, like such a cool part of New York history. My parents actually got married at Flushing Meadows Park, so it's just like, I just love it. This is a planter I made from an old doll head that I use to display air plants. It's kind of fun. I mean, the house is over 100 years old, so things not being too updated and modern works with it. I think the kitchen has like a perfect vintage feel, but it's just modern enough. This kitchen backsplash came with the house. I'm in love with it. Something about it really speaks to me. Just the colors, the imagery, just like the lightning and the sun faces. And it's just like really cool and unique, and I've never seen anything like it, and I love it. So these are one of my most recent finds. They're vintage lusterware from Japan, ceramic. They're just so much fun and interactive, therapeutic. Love spinning them. Love them. I decided to paint my entire dining room blue because I wanted to do like a primary color thing in here. It's just my favorite color in the house. I feel like it goes with everything. I photograph all my products for Farewell Trading against it. I love it. This is Zero. He's also a part of the art. So this is a vintage bullseye mirror. I love how gold and gaudy it is, and I feel like it just really tops off the bar cart, and they're very popular in my vintage shop. Sell a lot of them. So when we first moved in, the living room was this like hot red, and there was this giant TV wall unit that took up the whole wall. It just felt so small in there. So I knew I wanted to paint it white and do like a big gallery wall around the television. That's why I chose to balance the wall out with black, because the TV is just like a black screen. Like the shiny panther kind of balances it out, and then a lot of the blacks in the artwork balance it out, so your eye is drawn around the TV rather than at the TV. The collection ranges from like the late 1800s, nothing too present. This is a piece of art from my mother, this tiger silk screen, as well as the zebra silk screen. And then these ceramic cats are old pipe rests, but I hung them on the wall because I think they look so cool and I don't smoke pipe. So I have a small cabinet of curiosities, just like a random collection of things that I love. My little eyes that I use as props when I do photography for feral trading. I have this fun postcard that kind of spins. This is my great-grandmother in her Czechoslovakian garb. Just a very old hand-colored photo. I love it. It kind of like tells a story about me without having to say anything, and kind of just like, I hope people get the humor and things that I have displayed. So handsome.
He's been waiting for his big moment.
Yep. So this is kind of just like my entrance display of just a few photos of certain family members. My grandmother, my mother, my mom, grandma, my grandfather. He's the only boy here. Little nudie one of my grandma. Yes, the wallpaper is original to the house. Like, a lot of people would take that down before selling their house, but I'm just so happy that the old owners left it up, because I feel like it was just destined to be my wallpaper. The wallpaper starts at the front of the living room and it goes all the way upstairs. It's throughout the whole hallway, and I love it. This is my peacock. He's from a pop-up display when the store closed. I got to take him home. My husband made a beautiful little perch for him to sit on. And I think he just like goes really well with the wallpaper, so it made sense. So the portrait gallery wall of bearded men, I was originally hired by a client to source all of these. When the store closed, I ended up acquiring them for my collection, and it's one of my favorite collections just because it's one theme. It's just bearded men, you know? That one's my favorite. This guy. I write everything down. I have so many notebooks. These are all just like filled with all sorts of things. I don't have a computer. I have an iPad, but I have to write everything down when I'm like sourcing or meeting with my clients. I show up with like a pencil and a notebook. So these are my books of secrets, measurements, sketches, my brain in a book. This is my little stock closet where I keep things for my vintage shop. I just recently found these little ceramic Dalmatian bookends. I just think the silhouette is beautiful. The colors also. A good mix of things, some artwork, crates, whatever I like, I buy, sell it, keep it, whatever. I want people to feel like they're in a museum in a way. I want people to look at everything and like wonder what something is, like the anatomy of the hot dog cell thing. It makes me just so happy. I don't know why. Thanks for coming by. I hope to see you guys again real soon.
Well, hello, darling. I'm Christopher, aka Plant Queen, and this is my handmade home in Brooklyn, darling. Basically, Plant Queen is a journey where I express myself as a non-binary femme and explore the wonders of plant parenthood. So my profession, I'm an educator, so Plant Queen is about providing opportunities for folks to learn about the wonders and beauty that is indoor gardening. I got into plants with my grandmother. She was really into gardening, and it was a space for her to create moments of joy and healing. And so when I was younger, she would take me to some of her favorite nurseries in Philadelphia. And it was a magical experience, especially as like a little baby queen, you know, looking at this luscious, magical jungle of a nursery. And so she would let me pick some of the plants that she would take home. And whenever I was over her house, she would remind me to water them. And so at a very young age, my grandmother was nurturing the nurture in me. And so about 5 years ago, I went out and bought my very first plant. It's a Marble Queen pothos. She was struggling, and I made a promise to myself that if I could take care of this plant, then I had something on my hands. And so 5 years later, she's 9 feet long. I've propagated her multiple times, so she's all over the apartment. And she has over 200 sisters. I like to describe my apartment as maximalist when it comes to plant and minimalist when it comes to decor. So I like the decor to be like very spaced out. I love blank walls. I like blank spaces. People may find it weird, but it's I don't know. I think it's like a plant parent thing. But whenever I step into a space, I whip out my phone and I pull out the Compass app. And I'm like, oh, what direction are the windows facing? And so that was like the first thing I did when I got in here. And I was like, south-facing windows? Not 1, but 5 south-facing windows? Oh, yes. I was like, let's go. Deposit already in, application sent. Am I approved? Let's go. One of the first things that I did when I got the keys was that I came here, I cleaned the space, I cleansed the space, and I ordered food, and I sat on the floor, and I watched the sun move throughout the space. It was so peaceful, so calming. I had a little playlist playing. I was like in a very zen mood. And as the sun moved throughout the space throughout the day, I marked those particular spots. And I was like, oh, this would be good for this particular plant. The sun is here for this amount of time. And so that was like the very first thing that I did. I just wanted to get a better grasp of the environment that I was bringing my plants into. All right, darlings, so we are currently in my little plant nook, and I have about 90 green girls in this particular space. And the very first thing that I did when I got this apartment was install the shelves. If you know anything about moving into spaces in Brooklyn, going vertical is the way to go because we just don't have a lot of floor space. So 9 times out of 10, giving your plant too much sunlight will cause sunburn. And so because I get direct light, I have sheer curtains on the curtain rod to kind of filter out some of that light so the plants aren't getting that harsh sun rays, but are getting filtered bright light. So that's always the way to go, especially if you have south-facing windows. And so, one of my prized possessions is Miss Monstera Deliciosa, this queen right here. She's a bit of a diva and she's taking up a lot of space, but she's absolutely beautiful. And I actually started this queen, it started with this one little leaf right here. So I bought this queen in downtown Manhattan in Chinatown, and she was sitting in a vase and they were rooting her in water. And I was like, let me see if I can get this queen to grow. And so I brought the queen home. She struggled for a bit. I didn't know if she was gonna make it. And I just allowed her roots to mature in the water. And I think it's been almost 4 years now. And she's grown into this amazing vine. So Miss Monstera Deliciosa is native to the tropical rainforest of Central America. And if you notice, she has these beautiful roots that are growing. And so these are aerial roots. And we have to remember that the green girls that we bring into our spaces are just small little miniature versions of their majestic selves in the wild. And so this queen is actually a vine, a very, very large vine. And you can kind of get that feel as you're looking at this particular queen. And so if she was in the wild, she would be growing up a surface, whether that's a tree trunk or a wall, and these roots would be anchored into that surface. She's not doing that right now because I don't have the space just yet, but I will be applying a moss pole to this queen sometime soon so that it mimics the natural environment and habitat that she would grow in the wild. I use that space as an opportunity to just lose myself in my little indoor jungle. And so sometimes when I'm having like a very stressful day or I just need to take a break from technology, we all need a break from technology at this point, I'll literally just go in there, no technology, close the door, and kind of just either engage in like some pruning, may identify some vines that I want to propagate, And so using mindful gardening as a opportunity to engage in meditation, right? Because meditation could look so many different ways. It doesn't have to be you just sitting there with your legs crossed. It could be like whatever you need to do in order to be fully present in your body. And gardening sometimes allows me to do that. Darling, sometimes our green girls need a little haircut, and that comes in the form of pruning. And so what you'll find is that yellowing leaves like these, or browning leaves, basically decaying leaves, are more likely to attract pests. And so the best thing to do to keep your green girl serving those lush looks is to give her a little trim. Okay, girl, so we are now in my little corner of my living room, and this is basically where I get a lot of my work done. This is my little makeshift office space. I have some random little instruments. I believe the saxophone is such a sexy and beautiful instrument. I do not know how to play it, but, you know, I appreciate it from afar. You know, I put it on my playlist, little saxophone instrumental moment. We have some snake plants here. We have this snake plant, and then we also have this one over here. This snake plant is one of my favorite plants because they're so easy to care for. They're adaptable when it comes to different lighting situations, and they're wonderful air purifiers. And so always gotta have a little bit of the snake plant in the area. And so these are, you know, some of the green girls that keep me company when I'm working. And I tend to have a plant buddy of the day where I'll, you know, place that plant on my desk and kind of just use it as an opportunity to inspect the leaves and escape the screens. And so it's a little practice that I do to help me stay grounded and rooted. So I love my bathroom, and the reason that, you know, I was particularly drawn to this bathroom was because it had a window. So a south-facing bathroom window, yes God, everything. I enjoy when there's like a creative element to how the plant is existing. And so in my bathroom, I have a staghorn fern. And I have a complicated relationship with ferns, and I feel like a lot of plant parents do. People say that they're picky. I don't think they're picky. I think they just know what they enjoy. And they're like, girl, if you're not giving it to me, I'm not gonna thrive, right? And so, you know, ferns really, really enjoy moisture, humidity. If you give them too much sun, their leaves will burn. So they're delicate queens, but if you give them what they need, they grow so beautifully. And so the staghorn fern is a much hardier fern, more resilient. And so I have a staghorn fern in my bathroom that's growing out of a coconut shell. And I have had that plant for about 4 years now. And she's had her ups and downs, but I think I found like the perfect spot for her in the bathroom where she gets filtered bright light and she gets a lot of humidity and moisture. And so she's just been thriving. I also have a staghorn fern in my bedroom that's mounted on wood. And so it's literally like a piece of living art, which I'm just like, yes, if I can incorporate that to my space, lovely. All plants are works of art. She's gorgeous, she's sturdy, she's resilient, and one of my favorite green girls in my bedroom. Well, honey, welcome to the bedroom. This was one of the last spaces that I greened up, and I wanted to do so intentionally and really piece it together and not rush the process. And so some of my favorite aspects of the bedroom has to be this green girl right here. She is the Monstera albo variegata. She has these beautiful little white variegation on her leaf, and she's a hot ticket right now because she grows very slowly. And that has to do partly because of her anatomy and that some of her leaves lack chlorophyll. So she's just a little slower when it comes to growing, which also means that growers in nurseries have to wait some time for them to grow and mature. So she's a hot ticket. I actually got her for $50 back in the day, about maybe 3-4 years ago. You could not find her for that price, but she's mine. I love her and she's adorable. I really enjoy gold trimmings. I don't know why, but I really do. And so I have these cute little gold shelves. I have the books on the floor and I have the plants on the shelves. This shelf right here actually was a mistake. as I was putting the shelves on the wall, the second one slid down to like this slanted position. And I was like, oh, this actually looks pretty cute and different. And so I kind of kept it that way. And then on the other side of my bedroom, I have a little collection of cacti. When I first began my journey, I stayed away from cacti. I was like, oh, they're rough, I don't know if I want to get into them. And then the more and more I study cacti, I realized how delicate, intricate, and really beautiful they are. And so these are a variety of different cacti. You have the spiral cactus right there. You have the prickly pear cactus right here. And these queens are, green girls that are really resilient and actually don't really need a lot of care. They just need a good amount of sunlight, and that you make sure you check the moisture of their soil because you want to make sure that they dry out completely. I think of my plants as like my girlfriend. They are beings that allow an opportunity for introspection, for self-care, for reflection. And I think it's always good to have a good group of girlfriends to remind you to care for yourself. And I feel like that's what my plants really do for me. And so, when I'm watering my plants, I'm like, am I drinking enough water? If I'm like figuring out, are they getting enough sunlight? Did I let sunlight touch my body today, right? And then when I'm like, making sure they have the nutrients that they need to grow, I'm like, well, did I give myself, my body, being and soul, the nutrients I need to continue to spread my roots? So my green girls, are a constant reminder of the various different ways that I need to constantly engage in caring for myself. Well, darling, thanks for stopping by my little lush indoor jungle. I'll see you next time, honey.
Hi, I'm Natalie Papier, and this is my handmade home in Charlotte, North Carolina. I love meeting artists. I like connecting with artists. I like helping artists in return. I collect a lot of art. I don't ever remember a time when art wasn't my biggest love and passion and influence. My dad's an artist and he's a carpenter, and he renovated the home that we lived in, which was a big Victorian house. And it was so fun to see this mix between him as an artist and how he took that love of art into the home. We moved into our house in Oak Park, and my daughter at the time was 1, my son was 4. This is big, grand Victorian. I think we felt like, oh gosh, we're adults now. We have to do adult things. I had all the interior walls painted some type of agreeable gray. After a few months, just agreeable gray doesn't agree with us. We are not those people. And it just kind of set my course into what is now my career. You're starting out as a young family and we were a little house broke. We bought the big Victorian and then didn't have the furniture to fill it. So I started experimenting a lot with thrifting and paint. Paint became my best friend. Little by little, I'd take a room at a time. I would find a piece of art and that would inspire color palettes or pattern mixing. And I got really excited about it. And I thought, why not? Why can't we do this? And once you start playing with things that really feel true to you, I think that's when your house can really sing. I started an Instagram for my new business, Home Ec, which initially started as pop-up shops. And I got a lot of people asking me for help, and it spiraled. I do art-forward design, and that's about being influenced by the art itself. And using a piece that you already have and love is inspiration for the whole room. So the art becomes a focal point, but the whole room is harmonious because you're pulling the palette, the scale, something out from it that highlights the piece. So we've been here in Charlotte for 2.5 years. This house felt grand right when you walk in. It's got all this intricate molding and the fireplaces and big windows. That to me just felt like a canvas. Right when you walk in the front door, you come into our entryway, which is kind of a funky space. So it's long and narrow, and it's hard to know what kind of furniture to put into an entryway. So I put a lot of different things in here. This is a piano by Frankie Zombie, who I met here in Charlotte. He's just such a cool guy, and I love having a piece of furniture that is art in and of itself. These huge walls with the molding were perfect spots for some large-scale pieces of art, which frames the entryway right when you come in. I have been really obsessing over Chez Dog design for a while. They do very cool lighting that are all made out of paper mache. And this piece in particular, being white amongst this blue color, it just pops. And I like the texture of it. And then coming in through here, we call this area the sunrise room. This piece of art over the fireplace is by this artist, Peter Keel. I was so into these warm pinks and terracotta colors. It's got some of the blues and teals of my vintage couch. My chair is in this rose tone. It literally is the piece in the space that the whole color palette streams from. It was kind of chaos when we first moved in, and I bought this vintage birdcage stand, and originally I was going to hang a plant from it. My son just took this and popped it on here, and I wish I could take credit for this because I thought that is the coolest way to like showcase the disco ball. I am going to take credit actually because I made you. So it's just experimenting and getting fun with it and not seeing things quite so literally. So we're coming into our dining room here, where a staple of the room is this dining room table, which was an old refectory table from a college. And I love it because it already had so much warmth and patina, and it doesn't matter if you get a watering on it. It doesn't matter if the kids draw on it, get a little paint on it. It just keeps incorporating more character into the piece. We totally changed the kitchen layout, the flow. It was closed off. It had walls and 2 doors that you needed to walk into it, instead of how now it's an open kind of donut down here. It was walls that came to about here on either side, and then double French doors. But there was no flow. The flow stopped when you got to the kitchen. And the kitchen was already dated, so it was a perfect opportunity to take it and run with it. It's a small kitchen. It's basically a galley kitchen. It feels large because of the layout itself. And I wanted to have open shelving, but open shelving can be tricky as far as storage goes. With this, we built it all into the stove surround, and it has that little Parisian flair with the unlacquered brass. I think when it comes to working with color, you have to be really intentional about how you use it so it doesn't go overboard and feel like preschool and color explosion. So it's nice to have these quiet moments, like the pale pink of the cabinetry. And then it kind of jazzes up a little bit with the art. I had already kind of amassed this collection of portraits that I really loved. And I started with a one-piece Jacques Pierre right under the light. And he felt lonely there, and it didn't feel able to fill up the wall enough. So I started experimenting with different configurations. And it ended up being something incredibly fun about this space that's so linear. It gives it a little bit of this asymmetrical moment that I have come to love, and now he gets to hang out with all his buddies. If you're just buying things that you love and you just think are cool and you would love to have them in your home, the hardest part is making a cohesive design flow throughout your home. And in this case, what I did in order to let a lot of my pieces shine is to keep the walls white. And because of the open floor plan of the downstairs, that was an opportunity to highlight a lot of my pieces and not have it feel like too much when room to room needs to kind of, speak to each other. The way I use color in this house is by defining color on the ceilings. And then I come in with this texture and pattern, and it's a lot of editing in the end because sometimes I'm like, okay, there's one too many things happening in here. When I saw this ostrich, I was just like, what is that? And I need that immediately. So this is Beyonce, my ostrich. There was a couple times when we were trying to name her. I think my son wanted to name her Frank. I'm like, that just doesn't sound right. She needs the proper, queenly name, Beyonce. This mid-century record player is one of my favorite pieces. I picked it up at an estate sale for $150, and it was completely in working order. And now this room has just kind of become our lounge. Everybody picks their favorite records. Whenever we have a record playing, so everybody knows what we're listening to, we put it in Beyonce's mouth. She's like our DJ. Yeah, my kids hate those. Too bad. You think those are subtly terrifying? I think they're charming. So we decided to go with like an Alfred Hitchcock theme in the bathroom, starting with the Psycho picture. When I saw that floor tile, it's so impactful and graphic. And in a small space like that with no windows, I really wanted something to just pop. And I just like it because it makes people giggle. Subtly terrifying. Okay, stay. Go, boy. Stay. Stay. So coming into this space, this is an adults-only chill zone. I was looking for something to cover these two closets because they were such a focal point. There's not much you can do. Even if you wallpaper, you're still dealing with the closet situation. So I wanted to think of something that was more unique. And I found a graffiti artist here. He was also a graphic artist, but out of work at the time. And he came and he did this and we collaborated and it was just really fun. And he's become a good friend of mine here as well. And we kind of sparked this space off by literally stamping it with our journey that represents Chicago to Charlotte. When you talk about things that influence you, part of that to me has been movies that are scary, like Alfred Hitchcock, or a little bit of that like Beetlejuice vibe. There's something about her haunted look and all of her eggs that I just find really intriguing. And right through the sitting room, you come into our bedroom area. Anytime I mix patterns, I think the most important thing to think about is scale of the patterns. Not only the colors, but you can't have big pattern, big pattern, big pattern, otherwise it feels too much. So if you break it up with smaller patterns, black and white is a great way to ground a space, and then you can add a little bit more in without it becoming completely overwhelming. All right, so now we're going into my daughter Maddie's room. She's 10. She's got a pretty cool space in here, but we wanted to still keep it young and fun and vibrant with some fresh colors. Sometimes it sparks my creativity to get more hands-on. Maddie's bedroom has this fireplace and it's very, very pretty. And we have the room painted this very pale kind of mint color. And I went in one day with this idea to just paint some poppy flowers on there. And I didn't even think too hard about it. And I think sometimes for me, that was my biggest issue, is sit in front of a canvas and feel so much pressure to make something amazing. And I didn't feel that. I just wanted to bring joy into my daughter's room. I always think it's important for little girls to have good role models that are women. And I wanted her to feel surrounded by this like gaggle of empowering women, but they're also fun and they're quirky and they're colorful and they all have their own personalities, just like our kids do. She wanted a beach theme. I'm like, I'm not gonna put palm trees on your wall, but I'll definitely get you the shell chandelier that was on sale. This started out as a craft room until the pandemic went down. Now it's kind of multi-purpose office space. The kids did their schoolwork here. We still use it as a craft space. Obviously, with any good craft space, you have to have a beverage fridge. The ceiling color that we brought into this space is called Dynamic Blue. And it was inspired by my buddy here, the Marlin, who we picked up in an estate sale. My husband and I walked out like holding him on either side. It was like our big catch. Now he graces the wall and tries to not to impale people as they walk in the room, you know? I just like pieces that have a story, and it's not just, I picked this up at West Elm. It's like, no, I met this family. This was their grandmother. It's just, you keep getting that history passed down and becomes part of your home's own story. In my head, when I moved into this house, I envisioned it looking like an art gallery. And it kind of has taken that on, but more in a, we also live here kind of way.
I think of myself as this weird mix of Willy Wonka, Martha Stewart, and Oscar Wilde, kind of all of if they had a baby together. Hi, my name is Jason, and welcome to my handmade home in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You know, I'm a little left of center, and I like to do things that are driven by imagination and creativity. I love the Victorian times and things that are historic and beautiful, but I also really respect, you know, what Martha's brought to the world in terms of hospitality and having people in your home and treating them warmly. I would refer to our style is classic maximalist. So it's taking classic design or historic design and putting that on top of things, on things, on things. It really fills my cup in terms of like what I love about history and the origin of things. Whenever people walk in, the first thing that they notice is the kitchen. We designed our kitchen to emulate a pre-war apartment in New York. We've got this really wonderful entertainer's corner. And this was a big change for us because it used to be a breakfast nook. So what we really love is that we've made everything visible to all of our guests who come over so that they can help themselves. When I think about hosting, I think of it as creating a moment or atmosphere for people who are coming to be with me or with me and my partner. Cooking people's favorite dishes or putting on your grandmother's tray or any of those things. Like someone might have given you a candle, and we all have that shelf of candles that people have given us. But like I'll really try to take note of who gave me those candles, and if they're gonna be there that night to put it out and light it. To me, that's what intentional hospitality is all about. We had these hutches designed specifically for our kitchen, and we wanted some really great details, like this fluting on the side. We wanted really nice, open, wide spaces, and we wanted lighting within so that we could highlight all of our great pieces. What I really like to do is add a little bit of color and a little bit of cat in order for us to be able to get So Franklin's the troublemaker of the house, and if there's anything he's not supposed to be in or anywhere he's not supposed to be, that's where he shows up. What we love about using these cabinets is that we're mixing together our whiteware with a little bit of color. This really helps, as you'll see as we move into other areas of the home, to carry color through. In a kitchen that has a lot of glass and a lot of white, bringing color in is one way to help people really see the differences in what you have in your cabinets. So I've done it in a few ways. One way is by using flowers, which are really important to me. So here I've dried some roses, I have a straw flower and a little leaf, bringing just a little bit of green and a little bit of pink into the kitchen for spring. Your sofa, your tables, those things go through what a friend of mine calls the patina of life. They just get schmutz on them, like they get messed up, and they're things and they can be replaced. But in our home, you don't touch the walls because these things are cherished. One of my favorite pieces on this wall is this press for champagne button. Let's give it a shot. Not working today, clearly, because there is no champagne. Now, my mom would have loved that joke, and here she is. So this is a painting of my mother when she was 19 years old and a summer camp counselor. This was a black and white photo that my friend Nikk painted into a beautiful color portrait. And we're thrilled to have it on the walls here. And she's sitting right above how he imagined me as 7 years old. I didn't wear glasses when I was 7 years old, but this is how he imagined me with my former cat, Celexa, that, yes, was named after an antidepressant. So many things in our home have a story, almost everything. In fact, we kind of don't give something pride of place in our home unless it really does have a story, even if it's silly and kooky. This gallery wall was assembled by myself with the help of a friend, because you always want a second pair of eyes when you're doing a project like this. Things don't have to be perfect in your home. If you think they have to be perfect, it can be really hard to do a gallery wall. I just try to get them well spaced and level. And if I've done that, that's success. In a time where we're so bombarded with so many things and serious things, I just love that I can kind of turn in any direction in my home and see something that puts me at ease and kind of creates this sanctuary that we live in. So this is our prized 250-year-old whale vertebrae. We picked it up on a Sunday afternoon, as all of you do as well, and we brought it home and gave it a perfect place here in our home. What's really cool about it is it's a piece of natural history, but it's also a piece of art, and it's a really great conversation starter. I share this space with Chad, my partner of 10 years, who I love so much. he isn't here right now. He's working, and yet he is also here because this painting, this cubist style painting over my shoulder is a painting of Chad. And so while not planned by any of us today, he is truly here with us at this moment, which I think is fantastic. We also have some other favorite artists that we found on Etsy and other places, and tying in other subject matter of nature. So I really love that we've got the antlers, and then playing into the floral elements, we've got some plates, some irregular, some symmetrical, but they're all bringing that sense of bloom to the wall. My favorite spot in the home is a corner gallery wall that we have in our living room. And sometimes people don't think about doing a gallery wall that wraps the corner, but it's a lot of fun creatively to think about that. So there's some things that I'm especially happy with over here. One of my favorite things to do is to frame some dried botanicals, which you're seeing up in the back over there. But I also really love to arrange with dried botanicals. Got some dried roses, some peonies, some amaranth, and these incredible tulip magnolia branches, which unfortunately didn't bloom, but I still found a use for them in the long run to give some really great movement and gestures to this arrangement. I think having a really nice large piece is fantastic, even amongst all the other layers. That's what classic maximalism means to me. You can have layers on layers, and it just builds interest, and it gives people a reason to come over and look at all the details. This particular bowl I love. It's from Afghanistan, and it's been repaired many times over the years. It's a really old bowl, but it just reminds me that we can get more use out of things than we would really think. And so this bowl, who knew it would end up in my home as a decorative piece holding some African trade beads, but it'll be something that I treasure, and I'll make sure to pass it on to somebody else. It'll have a very long life in the long run. And speaking of long lives, my very favorite bowl of all, this little guy is from a shipwreck, and it was bought from the bottom of the ocean up for us to enjoy. It was part of a collection from a store named Prize in Kansas City that I love to go to, and I was able to pick out one of these very expensive investment bowls that came from the bottom of the ocean. You know, we all have our own personal style. I've been able to kind of pick and choose these things that feel really me. Velvet is one of my very favorite fabrics. It comes and goes in popularity, but I love it all the time. And then, you know, it's fun to throw something less expensive and fun like this monkey business into the middle of all of it. It isn't really about being serious all the time, but if you have a unifying fabric like velvet and some unifying trims like this camel color and the gold trim on the pillow, all of it works together. This main bedroom is the most recent thing that we've worked on, and we're really happy with how it turned out. It took us a while to figure out what color we wanted this room to be, but I love green, and I especially love aged green. And then we've added to the green levels of gray. Green and gray are really interesting because they actually cross a lot in a lot of colorations. So just like all of the other rooms, we have a gallery wall in our bedroom. And this one we wanted to approach in a slightly different way. We have a very dear friend, and her name is Mary Jo Hoffman, and she's an incredible photographer. And what she does is every day of the year, she takes a beautiful picture of nature on a completely white background. We decided to tie together Mary Jo's photos and the subject matter of the photos with different styles and types of art to really play that out across the whole wall. So she shot some beautiful pictures of eggs in a nest, and we have similarly gone after a woodcut piece of art from someone we found on Etsy that is the same subject matter. She also did this beautiful photo of a thistle, and within this collage of different types of botanicals, we see that thistles are prominent as well. But it doesn't stop there. Each piece has a relationship. So if you look at the wings of the butterfly, I looked at the density of the black and white in the pattern. And if you kind of squint your eyes and look at the wings of the butterfly and look at this beautiful picture here, you're getting the same kind of effect. It's these little tiny details that I think about and that I care about that maybe somebody else doesn't notice, but it's what makes this wall intentional and special to me. And to me, it makes my home a warm place that people want to be. This has followed my journey as I have grown from a career in consulting to visual merchandising to designing for a Fortune 50 company. And now I have a side business called Warmhouse Story, and that is about hosting warmly, living beautifully, and making moments together. The place that this came from is the life that I live here, which is making an intentional place where people feel welcome and they can come and enjoy their time with me and my partner. And I'm really excited to share with others tips on how to achieve a great atmosphere, one that lets people know that you see them and you've planned for them, and that they have a place in your home or in your life. When I look at my style, I feel like I'm being seen for the full person that I am. People can choose to love it, They can choose to just acknowledge it. Maybe it's not for them, but it doesn't matter because I know that it's what's important to me.
Hi, I'm Barry, and this is Jordan.
We're the Brownstone Boys.
This is our handmade home
in Brooklyn, New York.
So we started Brownstone Boys when we started our renovation. Jordan had the awesome idea to start blogging about it. We thought it would be something our family and friends would read, and that's pretty much it. But a lot of people read it and comment on it, and we have a lot of followers now. So it's been fun to share our story.
When we started renovation, we had so many questions about how to renovate, and we just weren't finding the right sources. So we were like, let's blog throughout our whole entire journey. And we found it was very helpful for other people in the process that we were going through. So we were looking for about 7 months for a place. We were looking all throughout Brooklyn. We knew that we wanted a brownstone. It was both of our dreams to have one.
So a brownstone is basically a row house. So they touch another house on the side. And what actually makes it a brownstone is the facade. There is brick behind the actual facade that you see, so it's a masonry building, but the actual facade is made of something called brownstone.
We spent about 7 months renovating the place.
It was a little bit of a mess too. It was chopped up into a bunch, I think it was a 5-bedroom place. They put a bedroom everywhere they could find like a corner. It was a lot of paint slopped on the woodwork, and we had it all stripped. And it literally looked like someone was murdered in the place. There was stuff splattered on the wall, there was running on the floors, it was a total crime scene.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't, you want to get it done when everything else is a mess too.
Yeah. And originally we were going to strip the wood just for us to repaint it, go back to a white color, but we stripped it and it looks so beautiful and so natural in the space that we were like, we have to keep this.
Mm-hmm. We wanted to preserve as much as we could. So things like the traditional layout with the stairs having their own hallway with the wall that's traditionally there. So the entryway is one of our favorite spaces because you really know you're in a brownstone when you walk into it. It's the traditional, stairway that goes up with the original banister and that sort of thing. And this is where you can really see that original woodwork that we stripped. This door was covered in paint. It was a very sloppy job, and
every
they
color
painted
of the
over.
rainbow was on this door.
It was a bright blue. It was a pink at one time, and it was just like sloppy and dripping down. And it just came out amazing. They stripped all the paint off it, including the original hardware.
When you walk into the place, the first thing you see is this banister. When we purchased the place, it was covered layers and layers and layers of white paint. So when we stripped it, this beautiful oak wood was exposed, and we knew we wanted to save it. There was a couple pieces missing, so we went ahead and replicated the molding here on the banister, and now it's definitely the showpiece in the house.
And it's really cool because you couldn't even see this detail that was in it when it was covered in paint. So when they stripped it, we were like, wow, that's amazing. Like, who knew that was under there?
The kitchen is definitely something that people gravitate towards. They come in, and then next thing you know, they're just hanging out on the stools in front of our kitchen island.
We really wanted that showstopper kitchen. So we wanted to be very open, so we had to tear down a couple of walls to make this happen. So there was a structural wall here. We had to put this header, this beam up. There was another bedroom right next to it that we had to tear out too. So really created the open, airy, very bright feeling that we wanted to have here.
We knew we wanted an island in the middle of the space, so we went ahead with a waterfall quartz counter. My dream was always to have a farm-style sink, so we went with this apron front sink. Behind here we have a beautiful herringbone tile.
We wanted to do white. It's
yes,
my fault. Jordan wanted something bright there. But
these are Barry's colors, by the way. The white, the charcoal.
Gray.
I like more color than Barry likes. Yeah. I like things bright, colorful. Barry likes the same three colors. He loves a good charcoal
what
gray.
About gray?
So you'll
How
see
about
that
light
everywhere.
Gray, dark gray?
Yeah.
We wanted there to be at least one small natural wood feature. So although all the cabinets are gray and these shelves are gray, we did this one oak shelf just to sort of echo a lot of the woodwork that's in the place and bring it into the kitchen, warm it up a little bit.
When we got the cabinets, we got this one and it had the fronts on it, but we were like, you know what, for design purposes, let's go ahead and turn it on its side. We took off the fronts and then we just kind of left it as an exposed shelf, and we think it looks really great here.
We actually built these pendants ourselves from scratch. We were looking for pendants, and the ones that we liked were thousands of dollars. It was like every one that we saw, like, this one looks great. Oh, it's $2,000 each. And then the ones that were in our price range for $200 or $300 were just very generic, they were just very basic. So we decided to make them ourselves. So we actually got all of the components, we wired them ourselves. We've never done that before. So we watched a YouTube video to figure it out and completely wired them, put them together, installed them, and we haven't burned the place down yet. So we're
fingers crossed. So when we purchased this place, they had the kitchen right here in the middle of the space. It's kind of awkward, obviously we weren't going to do that, but because of that, when we demolished the area, the molding was affected. This place has that beautiful ornate molding from 1890, and we knew we were going to go ahead and replicate that. So we replicated all of this molding to fit the original. And now this is our beautiful living room area.
So one of our favorite light fixtures in the place is this one right here. It is called a stick bulb. And it is really cool because it is made here in New York City from reclaimed material. And so this one specifically, they get the wood from water towers in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But we thought it was a way to pay homage to Brooklyn a little bit in our place, and we love it. It fits really well over the table, looks amazing. So we are here in the master bedroom, and this is, we wanted this to be very calming, kind of like sanctuary for us. So it's in the back of the building. It's kind of like a tree house outside, lots of tree branches in the summer. So a couple of things that we did here was, it's a common problem in these Brooklyn brownstones to have the old fireplace bump out that like sticks out of the wall, and it's usually in the way for furniture placement. So we just extended it so that it centered it in the room and sort of made a backdrop for the bed. And we painted it this color, which is Night Moon from Claire Paint. I think it turned out really well. And we also had to fix the moldings here. So just to make it look like it belongs here, these are plaster moldings in this room. So it was a project to restore these moldings as well.
Another favorite thing in the master is these shelves over here. We actually took a tabletop that was sitting in our basement. We cut it to the right size, we stained the wood, and we used that wood to create these beautiful open shelves.
It is something we're pretty proud of. I'm originally from New Orleans, and so I have my reminder of home with a vintage map of New Orleans here. And then I love nautical stuff, and so this is a nautical map of New York Harbor. So just made sense for us, my old home and my...
I'm originally from Las Vegas, where there is no history, so fortunately I don't have a vintage map of Vegas in here. So welcome to the brightest room in the house. This is our guest bedroom. This mural that you're seeing behind me is an original. A good friend and old colleague of mine, Lauren Kalin, a muralist, painted this from scratch. We just told her that we kind of wanted something vintage, a botanical, and she created this big showpiece in the place now. We love it.
What I thought was like the coolest part of the process is after she painted the entire mural, she went over the entire thing to give it this sort of like vintagey look and feel with wood stain.
Wood stain.
But look, it was actually a last minute decision. Like she wasn't even planning on doing that. She painted it and it looked great. And then she's like, do you have any wood stain? I was like, why? What are we staining? Where's the wood? And it looks like, I was a little skeptical at first when she said wood stain, but I can't imagine it any other way. It looks awesome.
It's tied in. We added some other botanical posters. We added the skylight with our renovation.
All right, so welcome to our pride and joy of this renovation. We built this bathroom from scratch. It was a little weird bedroom. You couldn't even fit a bed in here. It was kind of useless space. And so we thought it was a perfect size for a bathroom. And since it was a totally new space that didn't exist before, we really wanted it to have a little bit of a vintage feel and feel like it has been here for a while. So we went with very classic, like hex floorette on the floor, classic subway tile on the wall.
Very New York. Yeah.
It's very New York. You see this tile everywhere in New York. So it is very classic. And we have, of course, the original woodwork and the shutters, nice clawfoot tub. This is actually a new clawfoot tub. And we got a new one just because they're way lighter, even though it is cast iron. It's like a fraction of what the original ones were. And then one thing that we really love, as you saw, is this vintage door that we put in. We got this from a salvage yard and they fit it to the space. And
yeah, we cut the space for the glass here. We found this chicken wire glass. We installed it, and then of course we just wanted to make it as vintage as possible, so we turned it into a good old WC. feel like no home is really finished. So we're looking forward to all those small.
Yeah, there's a few little things we have left. It's always going to be 98% finished.
Thanks for coming up the stoop and into our home.
See you guys soon.
Hi, my name is Julian, and this is my handmade home in Brooklyn, New York. It's funny, growing up in the suburbs, my mom and my dad, they would always sit and watch HGTV. You know, my parents are the ones who inspired me to really embrace the DIY stuff. There's no specific roles growing up in my parents' household. Everybody did something, you know, whether it was the dishes, laundry, taking out the trash, nobody had a set job. And so I embraced that as I got older, because a lot of guys are a little iffy about making their space look nice, and I was taught you need to make your home your home. I had an interest in DIY from a very young age, but then at the same time, I really had an interest for entertainment and media and, you know, just being in front of the camera and having that personality. When I walked in here, it was all white. It was truly a blank canvas. Here, do what you want. And I'm like, word. So that's where you see the stencil work that I did, all hand painted, which I'm very proud of, only because I am not an artist. I do not consider myself a designer, an artist at all, and I really just took my time. So obviously I started off with a primer just to really have a nice clean base to work with, and then I just took some black paint and a somewhat dry, hard bristle brush. You know, just took my time and just went one by one, and I'm very happy with the shapes. I knew that I needed something right here because I, installed this bar cart after I did, the stencil and everything. And this was so much, this space just seemed so empty. So I found this mirror online, and there is a color. I actually learned about it from HGTV online a while ago. It's called Paint Blue, right? And in the South, especially on the East Coast of Georgia and South Carolina, the Gullah Geechee culture, they paint their porches a baby blue. So I felt like adding a hint blue to a cloud mirror kind of paid homage to my Southern roots a little bit. I always thought of myself as a plant guy, but in reality, I am not. I will buy a plant and 3 to 6 months later, it's no longer with us, and I'll just end up with empty vases in plant pots. So that's what's happening over here. I've never been a figurine kind of guy. My mom collects tons of porcelain, not porcelain babies, but different porcelain figurines, and that's really never been my thing. And as I've gotten older, I'm I have 6 of these pieces. When did this happen? It's over the years, they just they literally collect.
How is it living by the train?
I love it. Yeah, it's almost like white noise to me. I can fall asleep with ease. My mom, she's really big on rugs. It's rugs everywhere. She invests in rugs. And, I remember having so many restrictions in the house growing up about oh, don't step on that rug. Oh, don't go in that room with that rug. And so once I, got my own place, I'm I'm kind of over rugs, But then I did realize one, they do add a pop of color, especially when when everything is white. It is a really good way to kind of, add some depth, texture, and color to your space, but also it does serve a function. Rugs and any kind of textiles, honestly, will just help dampen the sound like that. Again, when you don't want it to come, it will just keep going. This is a bachelor pad and therefore a bachelor kitchen. This is all for show. I think the moment where I really started to get serious about just creating, DIY videos and just really trying to experiment was in the kitchen. And that was with this backsplash. They always recommend the peel and stick tiles, and I'm That's little kid stuff. You know, I want the real deal. So I decided to actually, you know, like get some mortar and just like slap it on the wall and tile a backsplash. But this was my first time doing that, and it was my last time doing it too. I'm not doing that again. It did not turn out as well as I thought. However, it turned out not bad for my first time. All right, so I'm really, really embarrassed about this. Like, I'm sure like my parents are gonna see it and be like, oh dude, we taught you better than that, you know? Some frozen fruit mostly for smoothies I had every intention to make. I just never got around to it. Some eggs, some water, some old hummus, some oat milk, and 1 yogurt. The Bachelor diet, you know? It's bad. I have a weird style, you know? I have an eclectic taste in pop culture and interest, but also culture specific to Brooklyn. So again, that's where you have like lyrics from like Lil' Kim and pictures of like, you know, Jay-Z and Diddy, and obviously Biggie up there. I would recommend for everyone, if they want to do a gallery wall, is to start off with an anchor piece. Whether that is a frame or a clock. In the instance for my gallery wall, it was a picture ledge. I didn't want to just slap some frames on the wall. I wanted to add some depth to it. I wanted to be able to show off my personality to it. So I started off with the picture ledge, and then because this wall goes up to my room, I knew that I could throw a mirror up there on top of my dresser. So I knew that the dresser would be an anchor, the mirror would be an anchor, and then to meet it halfway from the top to bottom, the clock. Unlike downstairs where I was able to kind of like have some fun with it and be creative, I kept it very symmetrical, not just in terms of like the frames and the layout, but also like the color palette. I think it all flows really well. Fun fact, this apartment actually used to be a retail store. And then my landlord bought it in like the 80s or 90s and converted it all into like residential like lofts. So there is no built-in closet space in pretty much any apartment, but especially this one, hell, there's not even really full walls. So which is why I had to create a partition wall. I felt quite uncomfortable having like an open wall in my bedroom. I wanted a little bit more privacy, and I was quite intimidated with this DIY. I just knew it required a lot of measuring and a lot of cutting, and that's just something I wasn't familiar with. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than what it was, and I am very proud of, you know, how it came out, especially with these like little cutouts where I could put plants in it. My work is very creative, from, you know, writing campaigns and pitches, but also to like making videos for social. And I just really needed a space that allowed me to create, despite this being like my office and, you know, serving a purpose for work and creativity. I really wanted my personality to come through somehow, my playfulness to come through somehow. And I figured, you know, why not throw a big cat on the wall? When I moved in here, the bathroom was horrible. It was very pink, very retro. I couldn't even tell you what decade it came from, but it was nasty. So everything in my bathroom, right down to the paint, right down to the floor, to the hardware I installed. Like, I installed a faucet. I've never done that before. I decided to keep the pink tile because it just would have been too much like to paint over. Also, I'm realizing like pink tile is like, it's kind of a rarity. There's a whole community online dedicated to preserving pink tiled bathrooms. However, I did decide to, you know, add some depth to it by, you know, incorporating some black accents and hardware. I even spray painted my shower matte black, and then I added another gallery wall because that's clearly my thing. That's my signature. And I found out that you could actually paint floor tile, and there are kits out there available to allow you to do that. It's just very important that you follow the steps and follow the instructions exactly. And as mentioned, I've been doing DIYs for a while now, and that is the one thing that I have learned. And I'm a very impatient person. I would always cut corners, but now I'm at a point where I know not to do that. And it paid off because I am very proud of the floor and the way it turned out. All right, you guys, thanks for coming by.
Martha Stewart, welcome to my home. I'm usually in my pajamas. Hi, I'm Marcella, and this is my handmade home in Brooklyn, New York. When I first came into the space, it was huge and it was gigantic and it felt very empty. And because of how high the ceilings were, it was just too high of ceilings to just be a studio space. So that's when I built the 3 guest bedrooms that are the downstairs rooms, and then the upstairs, which is my room. I rent out the 3 downstairs rooms on Airbnb. So I got a map and I just put it on a cork board, and it's a place where guests can push pin where they're from all around the world. It's pretty full and it's pretty awesome to see all the different places that guests have come from. My style. Well, definitely funky, hence the name, the Funky Loft. Very eclectic, colorful, which I never planned for any of that. Ever since I was a kid, I would go thrift shopping with my mom and just start collecting little vintage pieces here and there. And everything, yeah, nothing went with each other, but it all kind of worked out. My motto with design is, if nothing matches, then everything matches. So here we are in my kitchen. For the refrigerator, I got it from a store in Burbank, California that finds and refurbishes old stoves and refrigerators. I had them painted that red, and then I put that Coca-Cola decal sticker on it. As you can see, there's lots of little notes. Guests just all of a sudden started taking notes and writing them and putting them on the fridge. And as you can see, the interior of the fridge, the color kind of matches the color of the kitchen. I really did not mean to do that. It just serendipitously worked out. I'm usually not that matchy-matchy, but there you go, you know, everyone has their flaws. I've been collecting these cabinet knobs for more than a decade. Every time I'd go out and I'd see a different random cool knob, I would just buy it. And I had a bag of knobs when I was like 15, just knowing someday they'll go to use. And then when I got this place, I was like, I'd always kind of wanted a black and white tiled kitchen. But since it's really expensive, I just got these peel tiles that can be removed very easily. Now I have my little diner type kitchen. Okay, here we go. Put on your sunglasses. Bathroom. Oh, the bathroom. It is very bright. It is very loud. I found this vintage wallpaper, like a jungle wallpaper. Because it was vintage, it only had a few yards, so I couldn't do the entire bathroom. So with the wallpaper that I had, I put those on the walls, and then the rest of the walls I matched the orange in the lion. I've always liked grandma's kitchens from like the 60s, the 70s, you know, with all those like really random knickknacks on the wall, like have a sunny day, like you deserve more. The sun is always shining somewhere. Just because you cannot see it doesn't prove it isn't there. Where did you get this, Grandma? I actually typed in like ugly knickknacks in Etsy and then put them up on the wall. I don't think they're ugly. Don't hurt their feelings. They're beautiful. They're amazing. No, they're a little ugly. And you don't have to like it, but I like it. To each his own. I don't like beets, but you know, some people like beets. Whatever. I don't play the piano. I don't know. Yeah, none of these are actually my family. This little girl is not my grandmother or aunt or anyone. I saw it in an antique store and I thought she was adorable. When I first moved in this space, I actually had painted that entire wall black chalkboard paint, and I wanted to have like a giant chalkboard wall for people to write and draw and do whatever. It just didn't work. The black was so black, and it was such a big wall, and people couldn't get up to the top, and it was a total failure. It's too big of a wall to just have one bland color. So that's when I was like, wallpaper. And I found these cherries, and I think they're adorable. This is Elvira. I just sprayed her. She was one of my first plants that I got here, and she's like, she just won't stop growing. I can't stop buying plants. They clean the air and they look great, and they're usually pretty cheap. So if you're on a budget and you're looking to design, plants are a great way to start. I have a slight obsession with velvet. Oh my God, velvet's like my chocolate. I just can't say no, man. I want people to feel comfortable here, going, oh, I don't feel like I have to tiptoe around. So let's check out one of the guest rooms. It's called a room with a view. I call it that because there's a window in the room that looks out into the living room. That was a reclaimed window that someone was selling. They were selling a whole bunch of old windows, so I snatched that up and then we built the wall around it. I found this local muralist on Instagram and I asked her to come over and I was like, can you just do something with this wall? I'm kind of at a loss for the room and I love your work. Just do whatever. Just go have fun. And she did this. I kind of took the color scheme from that for the rest of the room. I was bored one day and I had a bunch of old books and I wanted to do an entire wall of this, which I kind of love it, and I like that it's not fully on, so it kind of has some texture. I had lived in an old warehouse in Los Angeles with a bunch of lofts, and one of my neighbors, she had a swing in her loft, and I would just go over to her place just to swing on it. So now that I have a place with such big, tall ceilings, it's perfect to have a swing. And it's cool. Most people, when they come into the space, they're adults and they haven't been on a swing since they were a kid. So immediately when you sit down on that and like your feet lift off the ground, a huge wave of nostalgia just kind of like goes over you and it's like, oh wow, this feels amazing. Why don't I swing more often? Who doesn't want to swing? And then coming up to my room. My room is kind of like the leftover room, so whenever I found something that it's just like, oh, this doesn't work downstairs or whatever, I just kind of put it up in my room. I do have my favorite velvet furniture piece up there though, so I am being selfish and keeping that to myself. It's a gold velvet swivel chair with a matching stool from the 70s. It's amazing. It kind of bothers me when I go into homes and I feel like I'm in a museum. You just can't touch anything. I just wanted a cozy feeling, which I really like, a very homey feeling. It's nice. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Hi, my name is Corey, and welcome to my Handmade Home in Brooklyn, New York. I have been making since I was a very young kid. Currently, it's paper plants, which you'll see around the house, paper mache objects for the home like vases and lamps and trays. And then also I've been doing sewing. So I've been making lots of pants, trousers. I only said trousers because every time I say pants, someone from the UK is like, gross, it's trousers. My grandmother taught me how to sew and make quilts. And I also used to make lots of drawings, portraits. You know, on road trips, my brother and I would sit in the back seat and he would read Hardy Boys, and I would sit there with a yellow ruled notepad and just draw and draw and draw and draw. So it's always been my passion. Yeah. This place, I moved in 10 years ago, and so some things are exactly the same as they were 10 years ago, but adding different things has just happened gradually. Sometimes just because I just follow my nose and I get excited about a different technique or skill that I want to learn, and it's hard for me to part with things, and so I'm like, well, if I move this little bit, I'll just shove this new thing right here and work out. Working with paper was something that I picked up from my day job. One of the projects I had to do many years ago was make a life-size baby giraffe out of craft paper, you know, the brown paper. And I was like, oh, this is like a cool medium. You know, it never occurred to me before. This is a cool medium to make sculpture with because it's inexpensive and it's ubiquitous and it's easy. So this living room here, it doesn't get any direct light, so I can't have any houseplants in the living room. And I really wanted a fiddly fig, which everybody you know was crazy about fiddly figs, you probably remember. So I made one from paper, and it was just sort of an addictive process, and just kept making more. And then, yeah, that's how it happened. You know, my methods for making the paper plants have evolved over time. So this one is like a little more cartoony, but yeah, this is the beginning. The first few were a little more stylized, and then just by doing a bunch of them, I started to see that they were becoming slightly more realistic looking. This we have ornamental yam, the begonia, and a pitcher plant. Paper, of course. Cordyline, that one's called. It's smaller. I think the real one is a bigger experience. This is a TaLaya, a begonia. I love begonias. You'll see lots of begonias in the apartment. This is a Shiraz maple, which changes color throughout the season and then has a moment when it is pink. I don't know if it's quite this hot pink, but with paper you get to take a little liberty, so I've captured it at that moment in time, so that's kind of fun. Mother Nature's just like always giving us inspiration, so I think I'll probably never run out of things to make with the paper plants, especially begonias. I really like begonias. We have a medium, paper oxalis, and a cloche. That is just an IKEA cloche, but I painted the base. Oh, here's my book. Handmade Houseplants. Came out 2018, but it's available wherever books are sold. I started putting the paper plants online, social media, and then the publisher reached out, Timber Press, and wanted to make a book. I really enjoyed it. Really, some of the plants before the process, I had already made them, and then in the process of making the book, I had to invent new ones. And so from here, we're about 15 minutes to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. So it's like one of my favorite haunts to go and find real inspiration in real life. Some things I made have been rare. Oh gosh, like back in the day, you couldn't find a TaLaya, which is what this one is. It was like kind of a precious, special thing. And so that was one of the early ones I started making from paper, just so I could have it. But now, like 7 years later, they're literally at the corner store grocery. Out front, they have a little plant section and they have them. Times change. So one of the favorite paper plants that I've made is called Rex Begonia vine. I just really love the pattern on the leaf, and so at some point I painted the vines on this table. That one is called an epimedium, I believe. Maybe that one is like Pink Lady something. That one, that one is a sweet potato vine. It does have a specific name. I forgot what it is. I remember the names, but I have made dozens of these plants. I don't always remember the exact name. It takes me a minute sometimes. And then it's a thing where I have read it, and then I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce it because I've only ever read it. But this one, not in this case. Now, this one is called a ornamental sweet potato vine. Based on the real thing. Paper, of course. The Rex Begonia vine, you'll recognize from the table. And, here we have sassafras. These two little things are sassafras. So this is a very simple one to make. It's in the book, so like for a beginner project, it's pretty easy, but I happen to like this plant because the roots make root beer. This is actually an invasive, which is kind of a good reason for it to be made from paper. It's called porcelain berry vine. Look, I didn't even trip over it that time I said the name. Tapioca and another sweet potato vine. And these are some paper mushrooms. These were in the Better Homes and Gardens. Paper mache tray. Okay, so a bunch of years ago, I don't know, maybe 10, I did a project for my job and I made some paper mache cactus. And it was really fun. And I thought, I like this, but I wanted less like sculptural things and more objects for my home. So the first thing I made was a tray. Just a simple cardboard tray that I covered with layers of newspaper and glue and then painted it with acrylic paint, going on like 7, 8 years ago. So she's hanging in there. This is called Solar Eclipse Plant. Yes, this one I actually made using a Silhouette Cameo machine. It's like kind of like an old school printer. It goes in and then it cuts it. So made the files and then cut it on the machine this time, just because it has this like serrated edge. Paint and gel pen. And a lamp I made, again, out of paper mache. Pendant lamp, another paper mache project. Oh, and this frame, no surprise, is another paper mache project. But this is a picture of my mom that I really like from the 70s. And she has just got a new bike. And on the back, her beautiful handwriting, it says, I tried to smile, but the sun was in my eyes. I don't know, I just think that's just kind of funny. Another paper mache vase. I think this was maybe one of the early ones I made. And the plant is a... I have it. It's a drink. It's a cocktail with mint.
Julep.
No. Mojito! This is an elephant ear mojito. Okay, so this one exists in a big urn at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. So this is an instance where I literally walked past the real thing and I was like, look at those splatters, look how magical, and I had to make it. And this is the same invasive porcelain berry vine that I also, stuck in the hallway. She's just creeping around. She keeps invading everywhere. This one is kind of fun because I made it specifically so that if I wanted to do a floral arrangement, nothing's gonna get ruined. So that works out well. Actually, this one is the same, made to have just a 3-inch cylinder inside. So, flowers. I just think it's fun because you just take trash, cut it up, cover it with paper mache, paint it. New thing. Okay, so there's an entire set, I think there's 5 of them, but prints by the artist Martin Mazzora. I'm such a fan of American music, of all types, from Old Dirty Bastard to Loretta Lynn, really all types of American music. So I fell in love with these because I love that era of country music. Probably my proudest thing, and it's just because it's sentimental and it's also not just the object, but the process of making that is when Ryan and I first started dating, we decided to make cigar box guitars together, like 3rd date through 6th date kind of thing. So he's a lefty, so this is his, and this is mine. They still work. I probably like my studio table the best. There's nothing fancy about it, but that's where I sit and do my work and have ideas. So, of course, with the paper plant making, I use tons of floral wire, corsage tape or floral tape, markers and pens and gel pens and color pencils, fun stuff. My bulletin board, which is just like always changing, and I just randomly pin stuff up there. There's my little crush corner over there. We got Johnny Cash and Hank Williams and Donald Glover and Memphis Minnie. Oh, this one is kind of fun. It has a funny name. It's called Sweet Caroline Bewitched After Midnight. That whole thing. Yeah. It's a sweet potato vine. There's so many. And it's kind of cool to make them out of paper because they typically only last in the summer. That's the one everybody puts in their planter boxes on the windowsill. Sweet potato vine. So some years ago I left New York and I went to work on an organic farm in California. I spent the season there, and there was a dog called Rex, best dog. So at some point I made a little paper puppet of him, and I wrote a little song about him. I'm gonna show you Rex, because he's very cute. There is an old dog, he's our favorite mutt, but he tears through the garbage and he follows our truck. He's a filthy old dog and he likes to run, but if you go on after him, he's doggone it gone. I just did it anyway, even though I knew it was going to be embarrassing, I just did it anyway. Yeah, so like I mentioned before, my grandmother taught me how to sew when I was pretty young, and so I've always been sewing. And then over 2020 stay-at-home times, I really just buckled down and designed pants that fit me, which so many people know that buying pants, especially off the rack, is like sometimes terrible. There's always fit issues, so I came up with the Anjou pants and put them on the internet, and people like them. So now there's a pattern, a sewing pattern, for people to make palm pants. Polka dots, can't go wrong with polka dots. This one has a side zip, but these are my Frida Kahlo pants. Obviously, gotta love Frida. I enjoy figuring things out, whether it's pants or plant or whatever. I really enjoy the process. And once I've gone through that, I also find it enjoyable to back up and then figure out a way to teach it to other people or just share. Yeah, so trousers. Hey, thanks for being here. See you later.
Allie Provost reporting live from my handmade home in New York City. Bam! I am a blogger and a photographer based here in New York City. My type of photography and my style is very colorful, very fun, whimsical, and of course that is translated into my fashion style as well. I always loved fashion since the beginning of time, but when I got to college, I started working part-time for Kate Spade. And that was really where I was able to express my personal style, mixing prints, having a lot of fun with color, in a way that I never could have before. And I just stopped caring about it being socially inappropriate to wear a ball gown to go get my bacon, egg, and cheese bagel. I just didn't care. I was like, oh, I'm gonna wear a tulle skirt to brunch and no one can say anything. I remember when I first was trying to document my outfits, I was terrified to post my first mirror selfie. I remember I went up to my boss and was like, can you go like this on Instagram? Because I was so terrified, but it was really fun and I just got a lot of good feedback and I really just kept doing that, and they were my work outfits, so no one really could say anything. I really wanted my living space to be almost a direct representation of my personal style. But when dealing with the interior decor space, it is very different than just trying to pick out an outfit because your design is much more permanent and things last much longer versus an outfit. If I don't like it, I can change it in the afternoon and it's fine. I move on with my day. But when you're looking at a couch, you're thinking, okay, am I gonna love this striped couch 4 years from now? Is it still going to stand the test of time? And I felt a lot of weight when putting things together. And so thankfully I hired a designer to read my mind essentially. I said, take my personal style and please translate it into my space because I can't navigate this the way that I want to. She really just took my Instagram, took my closet and transformed my space to look like this. I've always been an old soul. I would much rather go to tea time than go out to a bar and go crazy. So even when it comes to my style, I love pieces that will stand the test of time and I'll look back 10, 15 years from now and still love and cherish. Some people might describe my style and apartment as Grand Millennial, which is basically this movement where we are taking pieces from our grandparents' time and making them contemporary and making them updated and fun in a way that still honors the original pieces, but throwing in some millennial pink and some fun colors in there. I love the fact that we painted my ceiling. I think that is a wall, in a sense, that everyone really forgets about. And the fact that we painted it a darker color adds a lot of visual interest, really adds dimension to the space. I remember when my designer sent me the deck, I was like, oh, we're painting the ceiling. And she was like, yes. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. And she's like, it's very much a thing. Honestly, wherever I go, there will be at least one room that will always have the ceiling painted. Thankfully for this studio, I do have a lot of closet space. I do have a very large, I call it a step-in closet because it's not a true walk-in, but I am able to step into the closet. So these are really cool and they hold my sunglasses. They're actually nail polish holders. And I just command stripped them to the doors. So this is my entryway table. I really love it because it's the perfect introduction to the rest of the space. It allows for some decorative display here. I love these glass cases that allow me to both have function and also pretty to look at the same time. So I have some vintage pieces in here, some photos, and then on the actual table here, I love these hands that hold my keys. It's just the perfect way to say, take a load off, welcome home. It's very welcoming and they're just so fun. I also love having one handbag on display. So yes, this is a handbag. So this is my office. This is pretty much where I do all of my work. I come home at the end of the day. This is where I upload photos, I write my blog posts, and it really is an inviting space. It's comfortable. I have to say my desk chair here is the most comfortable desk chair. Above my desk, I also have some more storage. One of my favorite pieces is actually this. It's actually a prop that I had made for one of my first viral TikTok videos, and it's so sentimental to me that I just have to put it on display. And it's actually a Starbucks cup that I taped a Tiffany logo on. as it was a play on a influencer's day in the life here in New York City, where it was a joke about getting coffee at Tiffany's. So of course, Tiffany's wasn't open at the time, so had to make do. Being a fashion blogger, fashion is obviously a part of my job and my everyday. So I have to have a little bit of overflow from my closet here. And my favorite part about this section is actually this gown here. It was, to date, the best sample sale find I've ever found. It was such a statement piece. And in true sample sale fashion, it was for a model. It was a true sample. And I took it to my tailor, and she just completely reconstructed the dress. So now I can freely frolic Central Park in. So my living area setup, I'm very thankful that I can at least fit a full-size couch here. The fact that I'm able to fit this in a studio is a miracle in itself. So I wanted to make the living area a very intentional living space so that I could kick my feet up and relax at the end of the day. This is actually a television, which is probably my favorite thing about this living area because it's made to look like it's a picture. It doesn't stick out too much like a regular TV. I'm able to put a screensaver and it's actually my photo. So this is where I store a lot of my vintage jewelry. These earrings, I love having a dedicated space for them. And they're all costume jewelry. None of them are any fine jewelry, but the vintage pieces were definitely made at a higher quality than they are now. So anytime I can snag something vintage, I do in a heartbeat. In New York, I have to just embrace the fact that my storage has to be in the middle of my living room. It is how it is. I have tons of shoes in here. They're pretty much separated by color. This is definitely the more colorful side. And you know, when you have cute shoes, why not? Like, you can't say no to a bow, right? So, right? Honestly, nothing makes me feel more powerful than a fabulous pair of shoes. Like, to me, putting on a pair of shoes, you can just conquer the world. I'll be wearing sweatpants and I'll try on like a glitzy pair of heels and I'm like, oh, me in these shoes? Cool. For me, fashion is never something that needs to be taken seriously. It is meant to express your personality and your individual style. It is ridiculous sometimes to wear a giant bow on your head. I get it, but it brings me joy, and you know what? A lot of times it brings everyone else joy. Do what makes you happy with fashion, and everyone will be turning their heads in a good way. So this shelf here I use to display a lot of my purses, and there actually may be more bags than you think, because a lot of these are what are called novelty bags, which are bags that are not supposed to look like bags. These book clutches, they're not books, they're actually clutches. I didn't even know. Yeah. I can't help but merchandise everything, and I have like shoes hanging off of a bag, very much an ode to my past retail life. The way I worked with my designer to separate the spaces is by creating very distinct areas through the rugs. So I have two rugs, one in my living area and one in my bed area, and that really does a good job of dividing the spaces without a physical divider. So my bed area is one of my favorite spots in the apartment, and I love the fact that we did this statement wallpaper on the back. And we layered that with this photograph by Sharon Core. It is a photograph that's made to look exactly like a Wayne Thiebaud painting. The perspective, the scale, everything tried to be matched, and just thinking about the craft that went into creating that photograph spoke to me so much, and so that's why it's just proudly hanging above my bed. Being a photographer, I couldn't have my first piece be a painting or any other medium. It had to be a photograph, and it was really difficult finding something that matched my personality, and I thought this piece was whimsical and fun and still colorful. It does make me really want to eat cake all the time though. But I guess this way I can have my cake and eat it too. So, keeping with the handbags on display theme, we have more handbags on display. Like this one here is actually a handbag. I think it's just so fun to keep layering in different patterns, and the stripe of the dresser here really ties in with the stripe of the couch in the living area, and just the subtle details of the flower adds a lot of fun and youthfulness to the piece. On top of the dresser, we have really fun vintage pieces, which I love. This hat actually belonged to my mom pretty much when she was my age. She used to wear it to brunch all the time and called it her brunching hat. With any small space, you want to make it feel bigger, and one of the easiest ways to do that is through mirrors. So having a mirror above my dresser really allows light to bounce around to make the space feel much larger than it actually is. And on either side of the mirror, I have these 2 lamps. These are such a fun piece, and it's funny because even though my apartment is very pink, there aren't actually a lot of pink furniture pieces. So these lamps are one of the few pink moments that I have in the furniture. Hats are a really interesting thing to try to store because a lot of them are really delicate, and as a result, they take up a lot of space. So hanging them is really the best option, especially for me where I have a lot of them and I don't have enough space to store them all laying flat. So I just decided to dedicate one section of the apartment to be my hat wall. And they're very glamorously hung by fabulous nails here. But something like this is a hat that I wear all the time, you know, it just really adds something to the outfit. I just love the hats that are like off to the side. I am obsessed with this, to say the least. It is a piece of art in itself. It's made by a Black female-owned business in Brooklyn. She hand does all of these pearls and the crystal around the head of the hat. And it just, if this doesn't say, take me to the Queen's tea party, I don't know what does, right? It's really fun to wear. It is heavy. You get a workout while wearing it, but it is so fabulous, so worth it. So the kitchen that absolutely never gets used is really large for New York City standards. The fact that it's separated off from the rest of my space is a luxury in itself. And I really wanted to add my personal art piece in there, so I did a self-portrait called Under the Influence that makes a lot of subtle and some not so subtle references about the influencer industry, as well as a reflection on myself. And I'm really proud of it, and I really wanted to make sure I showcased it in my space. The fact that I don't take my space and my style too seriously, it really allows people to be invited in and have fun and relax. And I want people to feel happy and joyful and playful and just a space where you just walk in and you smile. Thanks for stopping by my New York City apartment. Can't wait to see you guys next time. Bye. Pew pew.
Hey, I'm Courtney of Color Me Courtney, and this is my handmade home in New York City. My name's Courtney, aka Color Me Courtney on the internet. I run a fashion, color, and lifestyle blog where I talk about body positivity, color theory, and color combinations, and we focus on a new color every month and just promoting happiness on my little corner of the internet. It was important to me that my home was a reflection of not only like my personality like as a real person, but also the personal brand that I've created. This building actually used to be a refrigerator factory, so the apartments are all kind of like weird shaped, but it gave us the opportunity to build a crazy rainbow closet in the middle of the living room. So we are here in my rainbow closet, which is super fun. So the cool part about this room, and one reason I'm really proud of it, is because it wasn't a room. We created it. This was just an extension of my living room, and it had these big white columns here that kind of separated it out. So we used that to actually create walls and create a whole separate section so I could have my closet and I could be messy if I wanted to. Each one of these has a bunch of clothes inside. These first three have like a short hanger here, so that's why it's for tops and jackets, and then I have some drawers down there. I even have some overflow of shoes in here because, believe it or not, even though I have a lot of shoe storage, I still overflow. So here on the other side of my closet, we have my shoe wall, which is really fun. As you might notice, we have one missing here because it's what I have on today. There's only one black pump, and it has a lollipop heel. So I don't know if it really counts as a black pump, but there's not much black in my wardrobe. It's mostly color. Honestly, I thought that was the only place that was gonna be rainbow like that because I didn't think my fiance would want this to be as colorful as it is, but seeing it in my closet kind of helped us inspire the rest of the apartment. So after we designed the closet, the next big thing was the bookcase build-in that you see in the living room. And one of the coolest things is this is actually a DIY. This is just wrapping paper. And it's also nice because then you're not committed to it. Originally when I moved in here, I wanted to do like a blue bookcase or a big colorful moment that way, but then I'd have to always have a blue bookcase. And this way I could have a blue one and a purple one, a pink one and a yellow one, and I could change it all the time if I wanted to. Sorry, waffles. This is my little desk area and kind of where I get a lot of my work done. So I have this little like board situation, I guess. It's like a metal frame where you can clip different photos to it. Sometimes I'll clip colors that I'm inspired by. So this is kind of where I pull different colors from that either I can use to create outfits with, or just get inspired by color, or to put up here on my wall. So this is actually the color of the month. This is Living Coral. So along my hallway, I created these Pantone art pieces. Instead of writing the actual color code, I made my own, and I made my own name for the color too. So all of them have meaning. We have one that says Awful Waffle, and that is because my French Bulldog, his name is Waffles. Sometimes he's awful. Oh, that's good dog. So I really wanted a yellow room. I love the color yellow, and just having a yellow kitchen makes sense. So we have these really big, bold stripes, and then we also played on using some solid color yellow that you see here above and below my cabinets. I have like yellow candy, which did you know that you can actually buy only yellow Starbursts, but these are not, it's important to note, these are not lemon Starbursts because those are disgusting. This is mango Starburst, which is so much yummier and still fits with the color scheme. So you don't have to sacrifice and get gross candy just to make it match your kitchen. So now we're gonna head into my bedroom. Come on in and I will show you. In here we have like a coral and teal theme, which is really fun. We actually picked this color combination like last year, and now it's the color of the year, so we're seeing a lot more of it. I think I actually picked the bedding first, and then that was the reason I was really drawn to paint the wall. So I love a good like gallery wall or art collage. I really liked this flamingo feather, and I love that it kind of had the coral color scheme and tied it together. So I bought a second one of the same piece and just decided to flip it here. So we have animals just kind of hanging out all in this room. So we have them here. We have like the giraffes over back on my nightstand. I even have a zebra rug. I really wanted to have a pink room, so I decided to make that in my bathroom. To start and end your day with like something colorful and fun is a really great thing. Another thing I really love about my bathroom is that there's all these kind of positive images of people who look like me that you don't always see represented in the media. So if people were coming over, they could feel welcome or supported, maybe if they don't ever feel that way in other traditional media forms. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I hope you like seeing my home, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
I think it was definitely a lot more work maybe than we thought it would be, but I mean, it's been worth it though. We've like built this with our own two hands, and a lot of people don't even get the opportunity to do that.
I'm Lacey.
And I'm Colby.
And this is our Handmade Home in Austin, Texas. So I'm an artist. I work predominantly in chain stitch embroidered goods, a lot of patches. I have a business, Dye Trying TX. It's a very handmade process. We do that all in our studio, in our house. A lot of like my day-to-day work is like very involved with like color. I think that definitely plays a part in my space. We're both like textiles. My embroidery work involves like creating textiles. And also because I work and live here, it's all just one big, you know, workspace really. There was really nothing redeeming about this place. You can't put lipstick on a pig, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, you can.
You could try, but it is what it is. The house was falling down. It was
frightening.
It was terrifying. But being able to have 3.5 acres in Austin, Texas, for us, you know, that was like the main reason. It was a little white farmhouse. We knew once we got it down back to like the studs that we could build it back up and make it whatever we want.
I want kind of a sit-around house. I want like a loungy house where it feels substantial, like authentic.
Western kind of style is something I've always been drawn to and definitely plays a part not only in my work, but my general aesthetic. When we moved into this place, what I realized is I really do enjoy having like a white, neutral background and then adding in pops of color. I want it to be inviting, light-filled. Even when we were just designing like windows and doors in here, like it was with the idea of letting in as much natural light as possible. When we bought the place and moved in, there was no porch. There was nothing. Like you literally just got rained on all the way up to the front door. On Colby's birthday one year, and we were like, we're gonna take a big trip. Or we could build a deck that will change our lives forever. Really having like that outdoor space just has been extraordinarily life-changing.
Yeah, a porch will change your life.
Yeah. And then also just like investing in pieces that you find on Craigslist or at Facebook Marketplace now is like, I'm obsessed with looking at that. Like our lawyer bookcases for sure, usually we're like overpriced. So we finally found like 2 sets for like a fraction of what most people sell them for. We did get like a kitchen table that we like threw down some serious money for, but it's also the kind of piece that like I know that we'll have it forever. I like that idea that you don't just go buy stuff, fill your house, you get good deals, and then you search for the piece that you really, really want. I love that we like decided to do pocket doors everywhere. I don't know if you've ever been in a house where like there's doors everywhere and they're like taking up space here and there. And so we made an effort to like make every single door in our house a pocket door.
I mean, if you go through the trouble of getting your house down to the frame, you've got this great opportunity to put in pocket doors and save space when you wouldn't have otherwise.
So when we first bought the house, this was the only room that was like really inhabitable. Colby's office was in here too at some point. And I realized like we were running out of space. Like we were like, the only thing that makes sense is for us to move to that back room. Last year, that's when I did all the built-in stuff and the cork board. It went from just me and one machine to like a fleet of machines. And I also have an incredible team of 3 women that help me stitch. 5 or 6 years ago, I bought a machine on eBay without really knowing anything. It took 6 months to kind of even figure out how to make the thing work. I thought it would be a great way to just try something different out. Any spare time I had, I would work on it and try to make different things, and just became just this like real obsession. All the designs of the patches are my designs, but it is collaborative in sort of the way that we figure out how to make a patch or a pillow. I'll start off with doing drawings, and then I might do a few samples of pieces. We'll kind of pick out some colors and we'll try some different variations, and we kind of talk about how they look. I didn't really expect for it to turn into what it is today. Basically, I started an Instagram page, and that like developed into having followers, and then it grew from there. It's been kind of a whirlwind. Like I feel like the last 3 years have flown by.
Lacey actually started her business in this room, but at some point I wound up in here. So I work from home for a computer company. My space is important because I'm here all the time. I felt like I needed to make a desk that allowed me to stand up, and I had been doing a lot of work in this house, and so I said, hey, why don't I try to build a piece of furniture? Welded up the frame, I made these door faces. I was able to mill this top out of mahogany. I made these handles out of some 1/4-inch rebar. They're a little goofy looking, but they work. I wouldn't do it the same again, but I'm pretty happy with how it came out. It's interesting that we didn't really consider the house because the decision to move here was really about the space, and it was because we had a dream where we wanted to make some rental units, which we're doing.
So it was less about the house and more about the land and being able to turn it into something. The Airbnbs are definitely going to be the thing that when we start seeing a return on our investment, that will allow us to finish our house. We don't have the kitchen of our dreams yet, or a really beautiful like master suite. We also do love a project and we love a challenge. When we met each other, Colby was in the middle of renovating his first house, and that's kind of how he like drew me in, like, hey, do you want to help? That's how we met each other, and we had that in common.
Everyone's experience is different, but we are of this place, so whatever this house is on the outside, in the space, in here, I feel very connected to where I live.
I'm very detail obsessed. I love accessories. I love the small bits and bobs, and I think the devil's in the detail, and that is both true in my home and also in my work. Hi, I'm Eric Kenneth Stolberg, and this is my handmade home in Los Angeles, California. I'm an interior prop stylist, which basically is like a set designer, but on a much smaller scale for interior projects. What made me want to move into this apartment in particular was the fact that it was untouched. It kind of felt like this time capsule, and all of the original details had been preserved, like the crown molding, the original tile, the French windows in all the spaces. It has so much character and so much, history that I immediately fell in love with it. And besides, the price was right, so I couldn't say no. So one of the great things of this apartment is there's this entryway that is like half indoor, half outdoor, but has this amazing skylight. And so it was completely underutilized, and I started to fill it with plants and more plants and more plants. And eventually I kind of have this wonderful atrium, which is so nice with all of the Spanish tile and the wrought iron. And I've added some kind of Spanish elements like this tile and this planter that add to, the old world charm of this building that I just immediately fell in love with. And I think it's a good, precursor to the apartment, coming up these old terracotta tiled stairs and having all of these old plant stands. Everything's wrought iron and has a good Spanish feel to it. I think it's a good little appetizer. Come on in, welcome to my living room, which is typically the most used room in my house. It gets the best light, so I will say plants are pretty successful around here. But what I love about this room is this lime green, key lime custard color. It's almost like a jade. And it has brought all of the hues that are in this space forward. It's very saturated, and then you have all these rich woods, and I just think there's really good balance. My living room is the room I definitely spend the most time in, and I think it's because there is these amazing bookcases in it that are just filled with so many memories, and it kind of feels like this library of my life. And I think being in this room so often really is enriching. Definitely has more of an older character than some of the other rooms, and I'm loving that distinguishing difference between some of the spaces. Yeah, it's definitely the room I entertain the most in as well. This is typically meant to be a coat closet, but when I moved in, it is so big that I knew it had a bigger purpose. So this is actually where I keep all of my accessories. It is filled from the floor to the ceiling with nothing but accessories. I have, a vintage purse rack. I have all my shoes. I hung this big cable with all of my silk scarves. I brought in this dresser, which actually was in my mother's nursery as a child. And the drawers had been all dinged up, and so this part was good. The surface, I just wanted to kind of give the drawer fronts a refresh. So I painted them in a pattern similar to the three-legged chair just outside it. So there's a little connection there. And each drawer has a different accessory. Earrings, bracelets, belts, purses, sunglasses. So this is kind of like Grand Central Station of fashion in my home. I think taking what I saw, the couple that lived here before had their bicycles in it. It was just such wasted space, and I completely, retrofitted it for my needs, and I think that's the best DIY that has been the most successful. Most important room in the house. Here's all the jewels. this is like, I guess, my version of a hallway, even though it's not much of a hall, it's like its own little room. And I think most people would probably do absolutely nothing to this room. And of course, I have fully committed myself to decorating this place. I recently just painted it this like dusty lilac, and I had my friend Issa paint these trompe-l'oeil style ribbons with bows at the top, all in different hues. It has added so much whimsy to this space, and it just makes me smile so much, which is great to have it in the center of the house. Kind of leads you into each space, which I think is a good transition. This is my tiny little original tiled, original pedestal sink bathroom that, you know, isn't much, but when I moved in here, the walls were painted like a chocolate brown, which when you have like this kind of canary yellow tile is so bizarre. This is probably the second room I painted, and it was kind of a no-brainer because you can see there's all these original fixtures. The towel bar, the soap holder, there's like a little toothbrush holder. All of those things had this really good teal, like this like bright, almost like an ocean teal. And so I painted the walls that to bring all of those elements forward. And it worked like such a dream. And yeah, I always try to make sure there's plants and life in there because you don't want things to be too sterile, especially in a bathroom or a kitchen. You know, there's some ugly pipes and wiring down underneath the pedestal sink. So all I did was bring in some plants down at the bottom, and it definitely looks a lot more homey. And now I take you into the pink parlor, which is, you know, a dining room, essentially. It's, you know, very prissy pink, and it's where I do the majority of my hosting. I love to set a table, so that's always a good opportunity for me to really impress. And it kind of feels like the most glamorous room out of all of my apartment. I think it definitely has the most jewelry in it. There's tons of brass, tons of bright colored glass, the pink elements, and I think that always is crowd pleasing for anyone I have over. Let's go into the kitchen. I would definitely say the kitchen is my least favorite room, mainly because I hate to cook. But I will say I have done enough cosmetic opportunities in there that have made it not a terrible place to be, and I think most people find it charming. I definitely leaned into the kitsch vibe with the 1930s Wedgwood stove that's original with the apartment. Something I love is the original tile. Like in the bathroom, we have this really nice canary yellow, but then there's all these green accents, and I didn't love the forest green with the yellow. It actually is my high school colors. Go Mustangs. And I was just trying to like break that up a little, so I am confusing the eye by bringing in other shades of green throughout, and I think that kind of helps make it more of an ensemble piece. Welcome to my bedroom, which is probably my favorite room in the house. It recently got a refresh, and I just think it really speaks to my personality because even though, you know, it's a pretty neutral bedroom, you know, if you look at it, the foundation of the room is white, the bedding, the walls, the furniture, and then I brought in all of these like really saturated colors in the accessories. As you can see, the pillows are like an array. I have this vintage quilt on the foot of my bed that was my friend's grandmother's. That just brings in such a good hue. Yeah, and I just think it adds so much personality while still being calm and not crazy or antique. And it feels a lot more contemporary than a lot of my other rooms, which I obviously love the old stuff, but there's something about these lines that make it feel a little more modern that I'm really enjoying. So it is really peaceful, and I think it's like my little solace in a world that is layered and abundant and vibrant. Now probably my favorite part of this space, and rightfully so, it's what I, go to bed at night and wake up to every morning, is this collage wall, which is kind of like a gallery wall, but I have layered art on top of other pieces. And it looks trickier than it is. I basically just found the longest nails I could find, which are like that big. And, kind of had to artfully do it, but I love how it just feels super layered and collected. And kind of the through line of all these pieces is both black and white photography and objects. I like bringing in, some 3D images or 3D items into this, because I think that again adds to that like 2D, 3D that we're playing with. One thing that every home needs is soul. I want to walk into a place and know exactly who lives there just based on how it's furnished. That says so much about a person, and if you're not bringing in elements of yourself or that mean something to you, it doesn't matter if it looks nice. It'll look stale and stiff, and I think soul is really the most important thing someone can have in their home, because only you can create it for yourself. And it's so powerful to have a space that reflects who you are. It's really energizing and rejuvenating, and I absolutely would recommend, digging into the soul of your space. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time.
I don't think there's anything at an estate sale that I wouldn't buy. Recently, I bought a toilet seat at an estate sale, and I think that speaks to my limitations in terms of what I'm willing to recover secondhand. I think everything, with a good cleaning and a new context has potential, including toilet seats. Hi, I'm Megan, and this is my handmade home in Austin, Texas. So when we first bought this home, it was definitely a blank slate. Basically everything that someone does when they renovate a house to quickly sell it. So it had new carpet that was fairly cheap and freshly put in. It had gone through a series of very kind of light renovations, I would say. So the house was originally built in the 70s. We were kind of starting with something where you had to squint to see the base of the home and really see those 70s bones that could be brought to life if you start kind of backtracking some of those renovations and put some bolder spin on things. My favorite DIY project that I've done so far has really been one that had the biggest impact on the space. And that was a DIY frame wall where I was trying to solve for, in our guest bedroom, I wanted to do something like molding that added a little bit more texture to the space. But I didn't really want to install permanent molding because I wasn't sure that that was the look and feel I wanted for forever in that room, and having to take it back down again would definitely be a little bit of a time and cost suck. It was the first room that I really designed end to end with a clear vision in mind. I wanted to bring in those kind of Texas tiki jungle elements that we have throughout the rest of the house, but bring them up a little bit more prominently so it really felt like a vacation space for people who came to stay with us. And then I really knew that I wanted to display one piece of art in this room and anchor everything on that. Really anchoring the color palette and playing up a specific piece of art that I had commissioned by a local Austin artist, Whitney Avra. She's amazing. She does mixed media art on top of photographs. So we selected the photograph together, and then she brought in different fun kind of design elements into this to make it really pop. Having a home that's authentically from the 70s, it's really more about getting back to what was originally there versus having to think about how I can preserve it. I think what we've lost over the years of renovations is folks kind of layering on top of those original 70s elements. And now what I'm doing is trying to figure out not just how to get back down to the 70s bones, but also how to highlight and illuminate those features in the home. My office space was the first space that I renovated in our house just because I was spending so much time in it working from home. So before it was, 4 white walls, we had carpet in here that we had ripped out and it was just painted concrete at that point. So there really wasn't much character to the space. I had done with it what I could just to get by, using it as an office space, but it really didn't have any elements of myself in it yet, which was really important to me as this being uniquely my office and a very personal space versus the rest of the house being integrated, with both my husband and I living in those spaces. This is really kind of my home base for both my work life as well as mid-century millennial. Every single room in our house really just felt like a blank slate, and this one in particular, being that I'd spend so much time here, I really wanted it to feel inspiring and more creative. One of our favorite parts about living in Austin and somewhere warm is being able to have a little bit more of an outside life as well as an inside life. So when we saw that there was a large screened-in porch area that was also covered, we knew that we wanted to make that actually really feel part of our living space and more integrated than something that feels like a uniquely outdoor space. So when I designed that tiki bar space, it was really meant to feel like an extra living room or an extra entertaining area. We're not huge drinkers, but we do like to entertain folks and have somewhat of a bar vibe without that being in our main living space because it's not something we would use every day. So right now we are in an extension of the outdoor living space. I've always really wanted a pool, but knew that I needed to do it on sort of a DIY budget. So we got a stock tank pool, which is the Texas version of an above ground pool. So once I had that, it was probably at least a couple weeks after I was surfing Facebook Marketplace, which I do a lot, and came across one of probably my wackiest Facebook Marketplace purchases, which was this 12-foot avocado. I have no clue how it was marketed towards me, but I found it, $50. We ended up strapping it onto a rental truck and getting it back here, and ever since it's been one of my favorite features of this outdoor space. It's definitely a conversation piece and a really fun lawn ornament that I would have never found otherwise. So when folks visit our home, the first thing that they typically say when they walk into our space is that I've changed a lot of things about the space. And that speaks a lot to what my design style really is, and that's iterative, it's always evolving, it's finding something that I love out in an estate sale, integrating it in, and then either going further down that path or taking the room in a slightly different direction. When you first walk into our house, you're in this very open floor plan living room, dining room area. We really wanted this living room area to feel sort of like a mid-century 60s sunken living room vibe, very loungy and comfortable for watching TV and just really have it be a relaxing space. So our living room and our dining room do share a big open space. And as much as I wanted a relaxed, kind of comfortable vibe in the living room, I did want to have a more formal dining room space. So I ended up putting this big rattan wall unit here, and I swap out vintage glassware. Right now I have a big display of amber glassware. Something I love to go look for at estate sales is any kind of vintage glassware. I feel like it's kind of one of those least picked over items, even if you go to an estate sale the second or third day. Another element that I am obsessed with in this dining room is this painting. I found it at a local Austin antique mall. It's one of those things that just completely stopped me in my tracks. For me, designing my spaces, I always knew I was going to make very bold choices that were super representative of who I am personally. So if I'm not getting a lot of strong response or criticism, positive or negative, then I'm not really taking the risks that I intended to take when I first started out on the project. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you next time.
This is what's inside me, what you see here in this house. This is the best way that I can describe what it's like to be Maria. Hi, I'm Maria. This is my handmade home in Minneapolis, Minnesota. My name's Maria Bartholdi. I do about 500 things for a living.
I'm mildly internet famous.
I'm a podcaster, improviser, write musicals, edit video, shoot video, produce video. Also a neurosurgeon on Sundays. Just kidding. I bought this house in 2020, right in the heart of the pandemic. It's a craftsman style home, and I could tell the bones were really, really good, and that was the most important to me. Essentially, it was a blank slate, and I just got in here and threw down like a wrestler. My whole vision behind decorating this home was that I wanted to be inspired creatively. Going out and doing what I do is a lot of giving, right? You're on stage, you're in front of the camera, you're constantly giving yourself to the audience. I wanted to come home and feel like, yes, I'm reinvigorated to do more of what I love. That was the vision behind everything being colorful. The Maximalist style was just wanting to feel kind of like an explosion of creativity. Hello, this is the living room. It's a burst of color and hopefully a very happy experience. It started probably with the couch because I knew that I wanted to have a chartreuse green 70s style couch. I think everything else is an offshoot of that. It went up onto the walls. It's my favorite color, and so many things in my life are this color. I just love it so much. So this is my gallery wall of all of my most favorite pieces of art. This is one of the things that I think is such an easy upgrade to make in your house. I know it might look scary, like I got a ruler and a measuring tape and I measured everything here precisely. I did not do that. All I did was I measured the center of the room, boom, put this big unicorn piece here in the middle, and then I sort of just eyeballed everything else. This is my cathode ray tube TV that has been turned into a cat bed. This is a super easy project. It's just been gutted, and then on the inside I painted a little starscape so that the kitties can have nice dreams when they go in there. I love wallpaper. If I could wallpaper every room in a house, you know, I probably would. This wallpaper I agonized over for weeks and weeks what to do. I eventually landed on this black and white mural, which I think is a really cool idea. It's all one piece of uninterrupted art. That inspired the fireplace to become black instead of white. It's a nice anchoring color because there's so much color in this house. To have a few heavy black elements is really cool. So the dining room was built actually around this light fixture. I wanted a lot of heavy black elements to also match the fireplace. And that's where you get this black granite table, which I absolutely love. Yeah, so here is my game cabinet. It's one of the premier things that I bought for my home. I needed a place to put my games, but also it displays kind of who I am as a person. I have a regular board gaming group. We meet and we play games every Monday. And then for my job, we'll sometimes be playing board games to review for the YouTube channel. Is it work? I don't know, you decide. Like, this is a huge part of my life, and it's on display as a design element, which I think is a cool thing to think about. How can you display who you are through design? I think it was just a slow accumulation of stuff, honestly. You know, I'll be out and I'll see something and I'll just be like, yes, this I must acquire and bring to my collection. It's like those birds that make a nest and they decorate it with little bits of glass. I'm one of those birds. Here's my tribute to my great-great-great uncle, Frederick August Bartholdi, who designed the Statue of Liberty. Once when I was young, we went to the Statue of Liberty and I was like, do you think they'll let us in for free if we show them our IDs? I'm not just a proud American, that's family history. As you can see, I love playing with light. Alexa, turn on dinosaur light. There we go. So here's a fun one that you can program to be any colors you want. I've got a neon sign up there, which was custom made. You can get those now anywhere. A smart bulb in my lady lamp. At night, this place looks like a disco. This is the piece de resistance, Lloyd, the robot bartender. I'm a huge fan of robots. I love everything about them. And I drew a lot of robots. I had an Instagram account called Robot a Day where I draw one every day. Robot bars apparently were a thing that coincided with the moon landing. And someone said, you should have this. And I looked it up. You can't, of course, buy them. So I contacted a local woodworker who graciously offered to build me one and did it in a week and a half. And so this is Lloyd. Do you want a drink? Lloyd will provide. He's named Lloyd after the bartender in The Shining. This is my favorite piece that I have in my house because it's fun, it's whimsical, it's functional. He's great. I love this bathroom. This is the downstairs bathroom. I can't take credit for it, unfortunately. The owners before me flipped it, and it is gorgeous. The fun story with this bathroom is that 2 owners ago, a pair of nuns left the convent to be together, and they lived together in this house for 25 years. Talk about being trailblazers. To be 2 women who are Catholic nuns, number 1, leaving the convent, number 2, living as 2 women together, is so brave and incredible. When they were demoing this bathroom, they found that behind this mirror was written on the wall, "Jan loves Emma." And I can only imagine that it's still there today. And that just makes me so happy to know that this was such a loving home for some people for so long. And I just love that story. And it inspired me, actually. That's the next musical I'm working on right now. It's called Jan Loves Emma, and it's a biography of them. Ooh, this is cool. This is a watercolor that's done of the front of my house that was painted by the 2 nuns who lived here. That was a neat item that's been handed down through 3 owners and given to me. So whoever owns it after me will also get it, which I think is really cool. This is my office. The main focal point of this office here is this feature wall. This house is more than 100 years old, and for its 100th birthday, I thought it'd be very cute to get the house a present. And so I decided to put in a mural. We did it in the Art Deco style of the 1920s to honor the house's creation. This is where I do my watercolors. These I just do for fun, for myself. During the pandemic, I think we all turned inward. We needed something to help soothe ourselves, to calm ourselves. And I had just recently gotten for Christmas a watercolor set, and I started drawing women. Being a proud feminist and being a champion for women, it was just a subject matter I was drawn to. I found it to be so incredibly healing as a process. It's so relaxing and wonderful to have a nice space to do them. So this is my watercolor area right next to where I work. So this is where I'll host podcasts, esports tournaments, all from my house because of the pandemic now. It makes me feel happy to be in here, and whenever you're doing work, that is a good feeling to have. This is another example of a gallery wall. My house is a little tiny one, except this one is all my work. These are some of my watercolor ladies. These are some of my most favorite pieces. You can kind of see the evolution of the style that I've developed, where this one's more traditional, and then I'm getting more experimental with these ones, which I kind of like. Also, if you have nice jewelry, show it off, you know? That's why I have these in clear cases. A lot of them are handmade by local artists. You know, I like to think of them as little mini pieces of art in and of themselves. Anywhere that I'm in my house, I want to be thinking, this is my favorite spot in my house right now. That's how I want to feel in every single room. I think people would describe my personality as excitable, loud. I like to be happy, and hopefully that's reflected in the design of this home and the way that I've put it together. Happiness in a home, that's kind of, I guess, how I would describe my design aesthetic here. What does happiness look like? This, at least for me.
One day I'm not going to need a car, let me tell you. It's kind of like a little jewel box that was found in the attic of a magical old home in the 1800s, I'd say. Yeah, I'm Nikk Alcaraz, and welcome to my handmade home in Burbank, California. I'm a food artist, a DIY artist, and a content creator. I make short-form videos on TikTok and Instagram, and in the videos, it's all peculiar things that are being created, whether it's DIY or food. I'm obsessed with dark and creepy things, and so that bleeds into my art, which bleeds into my life, and so my house is a direct reflection of what I love. So I want to start with this oil painting of a landscape. This was actually just $20, but it's really the inspiration for the whole living space. These are a lot of vintage frames, and they're from the thrift store. They don't cost much, but when you put them all together, it makes it look expensive looking. It's a big impact on the space. And in this living space, it's actually a mixture of like Victorian, fairy tale, and mid-century. What attracts me to this moody Victorian style is because I see it in a lot of horror movies, and I love horror movies. I love Halloween. Ever since I was a kid, I was just always attracted to things like that. Living in a space that someone like Dorian Gray would live in is really cool. Because outside in LA, it's a big scary place already. Coming home to this little storybook safe haven is quite nice. I have this pole lamp, which is my favorite lamp. I splurged on this one, of course. But it's so cool because it's attached from the bottom to the top of the ceiling, and it doesn't take up any space at all. And I think it goes with the Victorian mid-century vibe because these cuts are very mid-century, but the lamp shapes are very Victorian. In this space, we combine Victorian with French country, with cottagecore, and also mid-century modern. And a lot of designers probably wouldn't put all those things together, but we're kind of in the business of living in a space that we love, so why not? When I moved in, this place had the renter's special, so all of the light switches were kind of painted over and the windows kind of had that thick paint and everything was boring renter's white color, and I wanted to change that as soon as possible, so I darkened everything. So you'll find more plants all the way around the area, all the way into the dining room. They're connected, the living space and the dining space are connected, but with rugs, you can make everything feel separate. So this is the dining space, and here I love to entertain with my partner and our families. So one of my favorite things is this spiderweb lamp, which is a thrift store find. It was only $8. It's just amazing. It's just chef's kiss. What made me want to move into this space was the bay window. A lot of apartments here in Los Angeles are cookie cutter, and just that little bit of architecture of the bay window, well, I really wanted to live there because of it. The proudest DIY moment that I have are my curtains. These curtains that I made, and I dyed them. There are IKEA curtain panels, and I sewed them using a vintage sewing pattern. I really wanted to bring in that Victorian feel, and this really frames this huge bay window. And I'm in love with it. I love getting up in the morning and feeling like I'm in a castle. My favorite piece in the home is this green dishware. This dishware is called Jadeite, and it's actually like really rare now, but it started in the 30s. It was like during the Great Depression. It was very cheap. It was like in hospitals, and you could even find things like this in cereal boxes back then. I collect it piece by piece, but whenever I have a little extra to splurge, I love to go on eBay and buy some Jadeite. So this is a quick thing that I put together, just a little peculiar tea time, I'd say. So here you would see that I put some marzipan maggots in this cake. Ladybug caprices. These are just like an Oreo truffle. You know, I love doing all kinds of different types of art. So one thing that I've done is I crocheted this doily. The pattern's called Post-Mortem, and I just thought that was really cool, and it goes well with the whole tea thing. This really embodies a lot of the work I do. It's like Halloween 365 days of the year. This table is something that we Frankenstein together. We wanted marble, so we found a table really cheap that had a stone granite marble-ish top. And then we found this really cool magical wood base. And it is attached with liquid nails, and it's not going anywhere. It hasn't moved. Here's another really cool piece that I love in this space. This is a mantle that was given to us. These corners were not here. They were all just thrashed. So with Bondo, I built them up, and I just painted all black to fit that nice moody vibe. My partner tiled all of the inside of it. This wasn't part of the original structure. So another thing that we thrifted that really helps the space is this huge mirror. This mirror was nearly free. It was hard to transport, but once we got it here, we stuck it on the wall and it really opens up the space. So I love the dining room space and this just doubles that dining room space. It's a great mirror. Now I'm going to show you my apothecary cabinet. So this is where we store all of our crafts. I can't take credit for this amazing idea, but I did assist in building this. So it's basically a bunch of random drawers that we shoved inside this, what was once a coat closet, to store all of our crafts. So in here I have all my clay tools and glue and everything that I need to do what I do. But we also added this faux stained glass window up in this cubby space. So behind this, we actually store our toilet paper and paper towel, but that's not pretty to look at. So with plexiglass and a decal and a light, we just pop this up there and it looks like it's always supposed to be like this. I collect rulers from antique shops or thrift shops. Wherever there's an old ruler, I love it. Rulers rule. And up here we have the ghost bell. So this is our little hallway and we painted it all one color so it can feel like a little narrow alley. But we added this gallery wall that goes all the way up. And there are some special things on this gallery wall, and one of the most special things is this Victorian house painting. Living in your vision board is something that I think everybody should do, and this is the image of the outside that I wish this house would look like. And one day, I will definitely have that house. Here we have this Picasso painting that, it's not actually a painting at all. It was a print board that was a couple dollars at the thrift store, of course. And I took some matte medium and just brushed brush strokes on it to make it look like a painting. I did that as well with this scream painting, and it makes the paintings look almost real. I was the winner of a crafts competition, and this is my grand prize trophy. I have nowhere to put it, so I just put it on the floor in the hallway, but I think it looks pretty cool there. Now on to the bedroom. This is the plaid haven. My partner and I wallpapered these walls, and everything in here has some kind of plaid pattern. We wanted this space to feel like a magical, preppy English dormitory. So as you can see, the floor is plaid, well, the carpet's plaid, the bedding's plaid, and the huge wall behind the bed is plaid. And they're all different plaids, but they all go together because the same colors are in like each of the patterns. This is our bookshelf. There's not a lot of books, maybe just on the bottom, and we turn them all backwards so that color-wise they'll cohesively go with the room. These boxes right here are actually the inspiration for the paint color in the room. And it's such an interesting color for a room, but it makes it really cozy. Paint colors don't necessarily have to come from just a swatch. You can pick something around your home and take it to the paint store and they can actually color match it. Here I have another award. We have a little greenhouse section that we like to look at of plants and crystal balls. You will find a lot of magical things the closer you look. And one of my favorite ones are these hand tie backs for our curtains. Basically they're just wooden hands that we stained and attached them to the wall. It's a subtle touch, but like I said, the closer you look, the weirder it gets. I have this little beetle that I found at a flea market, The Witches of Salem, and the Magic Garden Fairy Tale book. What makes a home feel like home to me is having things that are passed down from generation to generation. So one of my favorite things in this room is this magical orange lamp that was given to me by my grandmother when I moved to Los Angeles. She's not with us anymore, but every time I light this candle, I feel like she's around. So I like to keep it in the room and light it during special times, especially her birthday or when I'm decorating for Halloween or any other holiday. I've always been creative. Since I was 6 years old, I picked up anything that I can to create, and the person that I create with is my grandma, who also loved Halloween and loved witches, so everything that I do now is kind of brought on by her influence. I would begin with like box cake mixes, and I would just throw things in them to make the cake a lot better than it was. And then after I moved to LA, I got a job at this content creation place, but it wasn't creating content that I like. During the pandemic, I realized that it was time for me to move on, and I started Practical Peculiarities, which is my DIY and food page. So one of my favorite spaces is this kitchen area. I do all of my videos here on TikTok and Instagram. But yeah, in this space, I really get into my muse. I have an obsession with copper, as you can see, but sometimes I have to contain myself. There's even some store here that I have absolutely nowhere to put, but it's copper and I love it. This is a vintage pastry table. I can just feel all the years of baking on this thing every time I'm prepping something, and that's what I love about it. I love all of my kitchen tools. I try to make sure that they're all vintage because I find that vintage things hold up a lot longer. Look at that. Sturdy, it's not going anywhere. It's not gonna break. So most of the house so far has been dark and moody, but there is one place in this whole house that is quite the opposite. My favorite spot in the house is my kitchen area. I spend a lot of time in there because I'm a peculiar baker. It's such a dramatic difference, but I live for the drama. I love it. This countertop was one of those very ugly marble ones, and I just hated it. So my partner and I got this textured contact paper, and we put it on just to make it feel wood-like, very cottagey. A reoccurring theme in this place is the closer you look, the weirder it gets. So if you look closer into the plants, you'll find things like little eyeballs. Even in the fruit bowl, you'll find little eyeballs. And that's just like a thing that I like to put around the house just to remember that it's creepy 365 days of the year. And that's okay. We love it. Part of my background is in theater, and I used to do a lot of set design. I included that into my space by finding budget-friendly tips that are also temporary, since this is a rental. This floor is a pill and stick floor, but it's not on the tile directly. We laid down a brown piece of paper and we taped the seams with painter's tape, and then we put the pill and stick. That way, if we ever move out, we could just pill up the whole floor and nothing's damaged. But right now, it just looks like it's built in, which is great. Another thing you can do is add fixtures. So we replace the fixtures, also the light fixtures. It never hurts to ask your landlord to make some changes in the rental space. Usually they say that you can just paint it back when you move out. Usually they're a lot more lenient than you'd think. If you're making improvements to the apartments, they're usually on board with that. So this fridge did not come with the place. A fridge did come with the place, but that fridge broke. And when that fridge broke, I called the landlord and asked if I could pick the fridge. And this is the fridge that I got to pick out. So if you ask and put on your puppy dog face, anything's possible. When people walk in, I'd like them to feel like they've walked into another world, like a fantasy world, like an enchanted forest, or like I said before, the halls of Dorian Gray's house or something. If I could describe my home in 3 words, it would be moody, magical, and creative. All right, that's it. Thank you for joining me in my peculiar home.
Hi, I'm Jackie, and this is my handmade home in Brooklyn, New York. I'm an artist. I do illustrations for kids' books, and then I also run an organization called Camp Remember, which is a series of summer camps. We help kids remember that it's cool to be yourself. And then I work with Medi Club as a facilitator, which is a monthly meetup of a larger organization called The Big Quiet, which are mass meditations in iconic places all over the United States. This apartment is less than 400 square feet because I lived in a 500 square foot one and this one's not even close. The first thing I did was I painted the entire apartment white because I wanted it to be that like chic Brooklyn look. The more that I stepped into that, I realized how much it wasn't me. And so the first thing that I did was say F it and go buy a bucket of orange paint and paint my cabinets bright orange. Then from there it was like, let's do it. Okay, so this painting is by my dad, Mike Cantwell. He did a series of these big heads like this in the 80s, and this is just one of my favorite paintings growing up. It was in our house, and it reminds me of home, and it's also where I got all the colors for the apartment. The wall color is me trying to match the peach in my dad's painting. So I didn't get it just right, but I feel like it really plays off of it nicely. The couch is really one of my favorite things here. It is a custom couch made from a guy that I found on Etsy who's making these things out in LA. Do I do a white couch? Do I do black? I don't know. And then there was a little bit of a pink happening in the painting. And velvet's amazing, so why not? And then this big mirror, I got it custom cut to fit that wall. So that's a cool way to open up smaller spaces too, which is why I have so many mirrors in here, because it kind of makes it seem like it's a little bit more vast than it really is. The dining area I wanted to kind of try to make separate from the rest of the house, like give it its own feel. So lighting I've found has been really helpful. That's why there's like a little lamp next to the couch, and then I have like the drop over lamp over the table. And this table is also from my family. My grandpa made it, so it feels good to have a piece like that that's like just been through so much and had so many beautiful meals and conversations over the wood. I feel like it's taken in a lot of that good juju. It folds out, so the whole top actually comes off, and then you can slide it out and it turns into a full-on table, and I can fit like at least 8 people on this thing. And then the photograph is of me. It's our family friend Doug Brown took this photo. All right, welcome to Cantwell's kitchen. So the stripes on my walls came after the orange cabinets. I decided why not take the kitchen all the way, and I was lying in my bed and I was looking out the window on a really blue day, and I thought, oh, how cool would it be if my kitchen was that color? And I had some paints left over and I decided to do some stripes. It kind of makes it look like a little playhouse in here, which I really enjoy. DIY hit hard in the kitchen because I cook every day. Like I cook all my meals if I can, and the kitchen's really small. There's like this much counter space, and it was like not gonna fly. So my proudest DIY is this pull out extra counter space. It's an old microwave top from a stand that I had from college. And then I used these L brackets, just drilled directly into the wood, and found the studs on my wall to drill these L brackets into. And I was just like, hell yeah, I did this. Like doing DIY projects like that just like gives you a sense of like, yes, I'm a woman. And then I'll show you one more thing that I have for counter space that's been really helpful, which is this piece of wood with a lip that I can put over my sink and have extra. I have this pegboard, which is made from just regular like plywood peg. There's a window seat, which is a piece of foam that I found in Chinatown, and I found a cool piece of fabric, and I just sewed that bad boy on there, and now you got a window seat. So I got a little carried away when I figured out how easy it was to make shelves, and I started putting them everywhere. So you'll notice that there's like a few kind of maybe seemingly awkwardly high shelves. But I did that as a design element, but also so that I could fit more things, because if I put it any lower, I couldn't have opened the cabinet door. Cool, so this is my spill-off kitchen area, because I got a tiny kitchen. There's nothing I can do about this fridge being out in the living room, which is mad awkward, but what am I gonna do about it? I had this table from an old place, and I matched the yellow from the painting to give it a little oomph. And I use old mason jars because I'm trying to live like a closer to plastic-free lifestyle, and it's also a really beautiful way to display all of my dried goods. I also have this extra shelf, and this is just a design element. Like, there's no reason why that should be that high. I just kind of like it there. What do you think? And that's my Elvis clock. I got it in Graceland. I love him. I grew up loving Elvis Presley, and I was like, let me like show a little bit of my personality in here. And now it's everywhere. It's not like over the top, but there's definitely a lot of Elvis in here. I really love the bedroom. I've grown to love that it doesn't have a window and that it's like kind of small. It's just so cozy in there, and I just like feel like it's like a little hug. And this is where I sleep, so I kept it white so that it would be like nice and serene and quiet in here. One of my old buddies, Roberto Jamora, he made this painting, and it's so beautiful and calming and has that vibe that I want in this bedroom. And I decided to kind of just make it the headboard. There's a lot of items in the house that have dual purposes. Like, this is actually a little bento box that was my grandma's, but it's where I keep all of my jewelry. All these little boxes I'm really using, so they're beautiful, but they also serve a purpose. Yellow was a choice for the door because of a thing that I was learning about at the time called chromotherapy, which is where you can actually use color as therapy and to like affect your mood and to like brighten your spirit. When I see yellow, I feel happy, I feel alive and present and free, and that's why I did this yellow. And you'll notice that that kind of spills off into these affirmations that I post for myself. I change it out every couple of months, but I find that if I read them before I leave the house, it just like puts me in a good space. The frequency of these bowls and a lot of these types of instruments have the ability to just drop you back down into yourself in a way that like just like makes you feel grounded and at ease. I think the best thing that somebody could feel when they walk in here is just like they're taking a big breath. Like that they're welcome, that they can sit down, that I'm here to have full presence with them, and that they're at home. Thanks for coming by, and come back again soon.
I'm Lazada.
And I'm Emil Lazada.
And this is our handmade home in Austin, Texas.
And that's TaLaya. It's our first apartment together, so yeah. It's a little bit special.
Yeah. Well, I think the main thing that I really gravitated towards when I saw this apartment was, one, so much natural light. You know, it was important to us that we had a space that was bright and airy. I could imagine myself with him here. You know, whenever he moved from the UK.
She was FaceTiming when she saw the apartment, and the previous people had these hanging plants coming down from the ceiling, and she was like, this is the one, we have to take this one.
Bringing the nature indoors is a huge thing for us because we very much think that plants bring happiness into the home.
You can't wake up in a room full of plants and feel like angry and bitter about your day.
I think since I had seen the space, it was definitely more, you know, my vision initially. But right now, it's mostly just either stuff that I've put here or things that we've kind of purchased together since he's been here in the last few months.
And made together.
And made together, yes.
We definitely try a lot to buy secondhand. And you also find way more unique secondhand things that no one else is really going to have, like these bar stools.
These bar stools are amazing. They have this really sort of unique, intricate designs.
I have no idea where you could find them in a store.
This actually came with the bar stools, and I really love how unique it is. Definitely would not have found this anywhere else.
My favorite secondhand purchase that we've made for the home is a collection of, in fact, we've got some up here, these baskets. This guy who had bought 8 truckloads of wicker and he was just selling it on his lawn. So we've got so much wicker stuff around the house.
We are very into the sorts of color schemes and textures of the 70s, so the velvet and the wood and the wicker I think speaks perfectly to that time.
And one day we'll have one of those flashing disco floors, but for the moment we've just got a carpet, it's fine.
Yeah. So these awesome gold lamps that you see on either side of the TV, we found secondhand. So we actually found them separately. We found 2 gold lampstands, and then we found the lamp shades from a completely separate person. This is a gorgeous secondhand chest that we found. It's solid wood with these amazing sort of brass drawer details. And as much as solid wood furniture goes these days, I think we really lucked out with this piece.
This is the green chair that we found when we bought the chest downstairs. We didn't actually need a chair, but when we saw it, we thought it'd be the perfect chair for this room. And then we've got this nice little bird cage that we stuck a light in, which just connects into wall sockets, so it turns into a pretty good space for reading. Also, stuff that you pick up when you're away is just way better than stuff you buy at home.
So one of my favorite things that we've picked up on our travels is this beautiful little set of 3 little boxes that I now use to store my jewelry. It's from Pokhara in Nepal.
Most of the things that we've brought back are probably from Africa, and most of those things from Africa are from Morocco. I think like the colours are just incredible. When we went to Morocco, there was like, we'd start in one shop and just buy almost everything that we liked to be like, oh, we might not get anything else that's great while we're here. The last purchase that we made or she made before we left Marrakesh was this amazing cactus silk red poof. And I was like, we can't fit it in. We've already added 3 extra check bags for all of this stuff. We literally can't fit it. And she was like, oh, but I want it so much. It's actually been the thing that we use and we see most of, so well done.
Happy wife, happy life.
When I moved here, I bought some tools. She bought some plant molds, and we started making tons of little concrete planters.
Here we have the second iterations of our concrete planters. We used a mold, and it comes with a saucer, which is awesome.
So we wanted to make bigger ones, and instead of buying a bigger mold, we bought an actual industrial size pot of silicone. But the silicone was too thick and too tough to fold inside out to pop the cement mold or the cement planter out. So we had to cut down the side, both sides, and then we ended up with this. I think it works all right. It just doesn't look nearly as good as that. I think probably the best thing we've made is the footstool. There was a guy on YouTube that had like a DIY tutorial. And when we saw what he'd made, I was like, no way can we make that. She made the top out of high density foam and then some nice fabric that we got from Turkey. And then I made the base out of some oak and then bought these little legs and then just plywood on the bottom. So I think it looks great, but it was pretty easy to make.
We've taken a few classes together. We took a leather making class together, which was really fun. We made the apartment our project.
My favorite thing that she's made is these amazing little incense burners. The incense stick just sticks directly upwards and they look super pro.
Thanks. I'm very proud of those, actually. I've been throwing some of my own pots, pots, bowls, and things like that, incense burners. This fun one we turned into a salt bowl. This one we're using to hold some of my favorites, some jalapenos. I really love the sort of earthy tone to it and the earthy texture. I think it goes really well with the aesthetic of the apartment. It has a good color thing going, good color story.
I'm into it. There's definitely things that she's done I'm like, whoa, 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 that's not gonna look good. And then it looks great.
Our DIY accent wall in our bedroom was one of those things. It's probably one of our most proud.
Yeah, and whenever we take calls in the bedroom, people always compliment us on our wallpaper. And we're
on
like,
our
no,
wallpaper.
We painted that.
We definitely want people to be comfortable, curious and inquisitive when we do invite people over. It's a party. You know.
The karaoke mic comes out and
yes.
The rest is history.
I'm Filipino, so we karaoke, okay? This is an actual thing.
Thank you for checking out our home.
Thanks for stopping by.
Bye.
I love rugs so much that I even put one on the wall, but you know, anything can be art if you put it on the wall. Hi, I'm Marianne, and this is my handmade home in Knoxville, Tennessee. When I'm not creating videos for HGTV Handmade, I'm actually an executive producer for HGTV and Travel Channel Digital. Hello, I work for HGTV, so I obviously have a real passion for design. And if you look around, you will quickly see that I have a true love for vintage and thrifted furniture. We have lived in this house for almost 9 years, and when we first came to look at it, I fell so deeply in love with it. I loved the modern lines and the open floor plan and layout. Because it is all open, the walls are all white, so we really bring in a lot of color with our artwork, with our furniture, and definitely with the rugs. I love a huge rug to really anchor a space, and so that way you can really see a clear line between the living room and the dining room, which is the same room. I picked a couch that's very pretty from the back. That just gives you a visual cue that that is a different area than this. So right next to the living room is our den, TV room, rec room, playroom. That's really the space that is for the kids. That still is aesthetically pleasing for the grown-ups. I finally broke down and bought 2 new couches for that room because vintage furniture is so beautiful, but not a lot of it is really comfy. And I just really wanted 2 couches that the whole family and the dog could curl up on and watch a movie. When we moved in, the kitchen was in pretty good shape. So when we decided to do a little renovation a few years later, we were able to keep the cabinets. But I did update all of the drawer and cabinet hardware. And this is a great way to kind of bring new life to your kitchen. We were able to splurge a little bit more on beautiful white quartz countertops. They're just so crisp, and I feel like they really kind of bounce light around the room. And of course, we can't talk about the kitchen without talking about this backsplash. I love it so much. So when we were planning to renovate the kitchen, I made sure to leave money in my budget for a really special backsplash because the second I saw this tile, there was not anything else for me. Just like the rest of the house, we've incorporated art into the kitchen, and this is one of my favorite pieces, and it's also a really great hack. So I bought this image, a printable image off of the internet for about $15, and then I had it printed really big at a copy shop. It's beautiful and impactful, and it was really inexpensive considering the size of the photograph. Let's get real about open concept houses and open storage. You can't hide anything. You know, one thing being out of place makes a whole shelf look messy. I've really had to embrace putting things in bins to make everything just look a little more uniform and a little less messy. 2 DIY projects that I'm probably proudest of in the house are the accent walls in both of my kids' rooms. We started with Hugo's room, which has this really graphic herringbone in like a beautiful, rich, royal blue color. To me, it just makes the room. You know, otherwise the room is it's just kind of a box. I'm not gonna lie, not the easiest in the world. It took a lot of math, and I know that I got the angle wrong on one section, and I'm the only one that notices, but I know it's wrong. So when we did the accent wall in Lulu's room, I learned from that and went with something that was a little more organic. So hers is this really pretty blush pink color, and it's also geometric, but a little more freeform. Lulu's room is just a really special room to me. Her bed was actually my childhood bed. I just kind of leaned into, let's make this a 9-year-old girl's dream bedroom. So we've got the really pretty pink accent wall. Her bed has a canopy over it. She's got llama sheets. Her rug is probably, oh no, I can't even say that. I have so many favorite rugs. I can't say that's one of my favorite rugs, but I do really love the shag rug in her room. And of course, I have to mention Pig, her guinea pig who lives in the corner. So when we decided to redo the kids' bathroom, I really wanted to make the most of the small space. I kept everything, you know, black and white and very airy, and then brought in some accents with a really pretty pink color and then just a couple little art elements. And so then the last room is our master bedroom. It's just become like such a cozy retreat. The bed is kind of tucked into this nook that has windows on each side. So I can wake up in the morning and look out and you just see the treetops. You kind of feel like you're in a tree house. I have really created the best bed in the universe. I've got a super comfortable mattress, really great linens. I like crisp sheets and I like lots of pillows. And I've just filled the room with my favorite stuff. So we've got plants, we've got some great artwork, some art I've picked up on trips. You know, this little dresser was actually a handmade project. That was my very first Thrifting Thursday. Oh, and the rug in there. Don't tell my other rugs, but the rug in my bedroom really is my favorite rug. I don't want them to get mad at me. They'll like shed or something. This one shed like an actual dog for like 2 years. It's mostly stuffed. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this tour of my house. I'll see you guys next time.
I think every home needs good natural light.
And art.
And art, yes. Yes, I agree. Our house does have good art. It does not have great natural light. That is the one thing I would change. I would like bust out so many more windows everywhere. Every time we renovate, I threaten to do it, but somehow I get talked out of it. But it might happen next time. Hey everyone, I'm Laurie Ann.
And I'm Taylor.
And this is our Handmade Home
in Phoenix, Arizona.
I am a fine art painter and we are currently sitting in my studio, which also happens to be in my kitchen. The reason I chose this space was because I have this nice big window next to my table and it gets the best light in the house.
And we moved her studio to other rooms in the house. She just kept wanting to come back here, so.
Like I feel like it creates a really creative energy kind of in our home because we're looking at my art on the wall. I have paint on my palette right here. There's paint tubes everywhere. The kitchen studio lives on. Taylor and I met in college.
This is our first home that we bought together and we immediately renovated it because it was
horrible.
It was so bad, we said we would never buy this house.
Like you walked in and it was just dark and it was mustard colored walls, not in a good way, like in a bad way. The first big change we made in this house was when you first walk into the house, it was kind of like the living room on the left and then the kitchen was on the right, but there was just a doorway to get into the kitchen. And so we knocked the kitchen wall down and opened up the kitchen to the house. I think like busting that wall down did a ton. It made the living room feel better. It made the kitchen feel better. You are currently in our living room looking at our kitchen and my kitchen studio, which is just my only studio. My color palette is very colorful, as you can see behind me. And we actually like living in a more muted color palette home, but I paint incredibly colorfully and I just can't help it. Like sometimes I will try to paint like more muted and color just comes out of me.
Our favorite spot is definitely our bedroom.
Definitely. And it's probably because it's the only room in our house that has been professionally like decorated. One of our best friends, Sarah Gibson, she is a professional interior designer and she came down one weekend and we kind of DIY'd it a little bit. Like we painted it. We painted furniture, we changed things out. We have a lot of hand-me-down heirlooms from my family, which I love these pieces because these pieces have been like, I have several of my grandmother's pieces of furniture and I have several from my parents, but they're timeless. Like they all look amazing like with newer stuff. I love this fabric. I love everything about this chair and it's really special to me because it was my grandmother's. This is Hazel. She has so many friends online. A couple of them have painted her portrait and sent them to us and we hung them over her food and water bowl so that she has her own little gallery wall. She's a wire-haired fox terrier and she's 10 years old. Hazel, come on, tell him something. Our proudest DIY is gonna have to be Taylor.
Yeah.
I don't have any. Taylor does though.
So I'm not a big DIYer at all, but when we were redoing the bedroom and the bathroom in there, we had to replace the bathroom features.
No, the plumbing fixtures.
The plumbing fixtures. And like the lighting and everything in there. So I didn't know how to do any of it, but figured it out, got it done, and it looks amazing, and it was done right.
And it really transformed our bathroom a lot.
Yeah, it changed everything.
We did like, it was just like stainless steel before, and then now it's a really pretty gold, which is like fancy. All right, so this is what we call our office, right, Taylor? We call this our office. It's still a work in progress, but it houses one of the most beautiful things in our house, which is my rock collection. I am really, really inspired by being outdoors and nature and all of that. And one of the things that I love is collecting rocks. We have them in this really beautiful cabinet with all the natural light coming in.
On one of our last road trips into Utah, we saw a bunch of blue dirt and like this little blue mound in the distance. So we drove over and she just like collected a bunch of blue dirt.
Being an artist, it's really important to diversify your income. So the way that we did that was we created art prints, which everything behind me is a wall of my art prints. So we print our own prints in-house, and we have a massive printer. Our print shop outgrew our space, so we had to move it into the garage, and this is it. This is primarily where Taylor works, so I will let him tell you about it.
Welcome to my office. This is where I print all of your prints, and this is where I slice them all. Then walk away.
Boom. I would also say my other favorite place in our house is our patio.
Yeah.
Our patio is kind of gorgeous. Our second renovation we did on our house was the patio.
We knew the patio was in bad shape. Our contractor was just like, I don't know how this hasn't fallen on you yet.
He was like, a good storm would have knocked this down.
Yeah.
This patio was terrible before we renovated. We completely ripped the roof off and had our contractor rebuild it, and it is so beautiful. We got pretty furniture, and it just really fits like our aesthetic that we love.
So one of the reasons we really wanted a nice patio space is because since our house is really small, when we have people over, it makes it feel even smaller. So we wanted to expand our house pretty much. And
our patio is like a second living room.
Yeah, it's basically like a bigger, better living room.
It is better.
Yeah.
It is better. One day our regular living room will be better than it. One day.
And the weather here, it rains so little, and the weather's so nice usually that we can just go back there and it just feels nice being outside.
Totally.